Okay, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Jesse Rude. I am thrilled to be kickstarting a new podcast series called We the Podcast. Happy Constitution Day, by the way. September 17th, this is the day that our founding fathers decided to sign their names to the Constitution of the United States. For me personally, this is one of the most important holidays of the United States, so this is a very special day for myself because this is the day that our founding fathers decided that we are not only going to declare independence from tyranny, but that tyranny should never return to the United States. In this podcast series, you will see me constantly call out politicians from both sides of the aisle that are very consistently violating the Constitution. And that is going to be probably a pretty common theme in almost every episode, but that's not the purpose of today's episode. Today is all about liberty, the Constitution, and conversations that matter with regards to the Constitution and why today is such an important day in United States history. You can watch this live now on YouTube and Rumble, and I will be sharing links to Facebook and Twitter or X after the show. So please, if you like the show, give me a like, follow, share it, help me grow this podcast. This is a new endeavor of mine, and I'm really looking forward to seeing where it can go. Today, I actually have a good lineup of 5 guests that are coming in at 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. I'll have David Wright out of Kentucky. He is a powerhouse constitutional activist. He works tirelessly to keep Kentucky's leadership firmly rooted in our founding principles. After him, I have Robert Brown at 4 p.m. Robert Brown is a renowned constitutional scholar. He is out of Utah and is working with has worked with the John Birch Society and travels nationwide teaching the Constitution is the solution. At 4:30, I have John Williams. He's a good friend of mine, fellow podcaster from the Missouri Liberty Report. We are both out of Missouri, actually, and I am joining him on the podcast crusade. Let's see where this takes us both. After him, I have J.R. Carman out of New Jersey. He's with the New Jersey Constitutional Republicans, a relentless advocate for finding and promoting constitutional candidates that run for office, and is also a very good teacher of the Constitution for those around him. And last today, I have Matt Johnson. He is from Lake Helen, Florida, a good friend of mine, a rock-solid supporter of liberty and the Constitution, and currently serves on a city position, but I do not remember his official title. I'll get that off of him when he is on the show today. So why today matters? Why did I choose today to kickstart my podcast? Well, this podcast is going to be rooted 100% in constitutionalism. All of its discussions will be based on the Constitution, current events, how they apply, legislation, and even proposals on solutions for the problems that we have, all being rooted in the Constitution. And I chose today to kickstart this constitutional podcast because it's Constitution Day. It's the day that the Constitution came into existence after the convention of the Constitutional Convention in Philadelphia. And on September 17th, that is when our founding fathers finalized the draft and put their names on it and said this is going to be the new governing document of the United States government. And after that, we then went into the process of the ratifying conventions to get all of the states on board to make this the official document of the United States. So I'd like to open up by talking about what a constitution is. The Constitution of the United States, and really any constitution, is what lays the framework for government. The Constitution is what tells the government and the people what is and is not allowed for your government to do. The Constitution is not a law against the people, it is a law against the government. So, just to put contrast onto how our founding fathers designed our United States Constitution, they gave the United States government few and defined powers, and you will find many references to this by our founding fathers in many of their letters to each other, the founding documents and everything. And I have here a book that contains not only the Declaration of Independence, but the United States Constitution. And it isn't until you're halfway through the book that you will get to the United States Constitution. And in there, you really only have about 15 pages before you get to the amendments of the Constitution. The reason why it is so small is that our founding fathers did not want a government that had far-reaching powers. They did not want a government that could easily become tyrannical and use those powers against the people. They had seen kings, emperors, dukes, all kinds of governments throughout the world fall to tyranny, ranging from Alexander the Great, the Greek states, Rome, the British Empire, the French, and the list goes on. There's been time and time again throughout history where when government had too much power, they would abuse it and they would suppress the people. So they designed a constitution that was put in place to limit those powers, divide those powers, separate those powers. And in doing so, they created a system where the very first 3 words of our Constitution are "we the people." And the reason for that is that they say that all just powers in government derive from we the people. And with the limited power given to the federal government, they were restricted to authority that was to manage the affairs of the nation, not the affairs of the people. And then you go down to the state level. All, as the 10th Amendment says, all powers not granted to the federal government nor restricted from the states belong to the states. Well, in contrast to this little book, which contains not only the Constitution but also the Declaration of Independence, we have this giant book. This is the Constitution of the state of Missouri. It is vastly larger and more encompassing because this book has many more powers allowed under the United States Constitution. States have the authority to regulate far more things than the federal government. But even in the state constitution of Missouri and most others, they all also say the same thing, that all just powers originate from the people. And the reason why the Constitution is so important is because it is what protects our liberties. It is what protects our ability to live freely and have limited to no government interference. For me, this day, Constitution Day, is a far more significant day than even Independence Day for the United States. Because as I mentioned earlier, Independence Day was our declaration of independence from tyranny, and Constitution Day was our promise that tyranny would never return. For me, it's kind of a tragedy that this day passes largely unnoticed by probably 99% of Americans. And if Americans placed more emphasis on Constitution Day, there would likely be a far greater understanding of why our Constitution must be respected, defended, and adhered to. So today, we're going to give Constitution Day the attention it deserves. And with honest conversation, deep respect for the founding principles that keep us free, and a various set of guests that are going to help emphasize what they do to also bring forward these principles of our founding fathers. One of the greatest things that this country has allowed for is for the people to be able to voice their opinion, for the people to be able to live freely, start a business, the American dream. Unfortunately, with a lot of the modern progressivism, and it's not just progressivism in the sense of Democrat versus Republican. I'm talking progressivism as a whole has really drifted this nation away from those founding principles. Both sides of the aisle oftentimes will promote um, their own benefits, their own subsidies, their own ideals that are either picking winners or losers or suppressing opposition. And all of that is not what our founding fathers had in mind, and it hurts everyone, really. When you have one side pushing to an extreme, the other side's going to pull back to an extreme. And it is a common thing that we see throughout our society and in our everyday lives, unfortunately. It's become far more difficult to start a business. It's become far more difficult to afford to buy a home. Taxes have gotten out of control. Regulation has gotten out of control. The federal government mingles in almost every single part of our lives anymore, and virtually all of our Bill of Rights have been infringed upon when it comes to a right to bear arms, a right to free speech, a right to be secure in our persons, papers, and effects. We have warrantless searches, warrantless raids. We've got warrantless arrests. We've got many issues that are going on in this country that are unfortunately not getting resolved right now. And oftentimes, due to the partisanship in this country, neither side comes up with a solution. They're mostly just pointing fingers at the other as to why things are bad. I am an advocate to say that the solution, as Robert Brown will likely say, is the Constitution itself. If we were to restore constitutional principles throughout government, we could have our free livelihoods again. We could be able to afford more of our necessities and even our wants. It would be easier to start a business. It would be easier to make your living, make your destiny that you want to make. Right now, a lot of it comes down to luck or who you have favors to. And I would hope that through education and through this podcast, more people will be able to be informed on who's a good representative, what that representative should be voting for, what that representative should be standing for, and why it is so essential to do so. And one of the topics that I look forward to talking to today, probably with David Wright, will be the oath of office. As someone who is hoping to seek an office myself someday, and I know David Wright is also interested in potentially seeking office someday, the oath of office is not just putting your hand on the Bible and saying, yes, I promise to uphold. It needs to have more meaning to that. As of right now, it's mostly become a ceremony rather than an actual oath. And another topic will just be on education of the Constitution. Far too many people in this country, they could quote maybe one line, two lines of the Constitution, but they don't thoroughly understand the Constitution. They'll be right about the Constitution on one thing and wrong about the Constitution on another. And I'm really hopeful that with people like Robert Brown, with his Constitution is the Solution course, people like Chris Ann Hall, I'm working on developing an education course myself. I'm hoping that we can get more people informed on the Constitution and truly understand the limitations in the Constitution. If you were to go back to the days of Woodrow Wilson and Franklin Delano Roosevelt, those are probably the days that laid the foundation for a country to go in the direction that it has gone. Because under Woodrow Wilson, he had pretty openly said that the Constitution is a very frustrating document. I'm kind of paraphrasing, I don't have it memorized what he said. But he found the Constitution very frustrating because he wanted to have experts dictate policy. And the reason he wanted experts to dictate policy is because he saw Congress as inefficient, slow. It gets in the way. The Constitution gets in the way. Many things could not be implemented for bettering the country and bettering the lives of the people. He may or may not have had good intentions, and I truly believe he did have good intentions, but our founding fathers knew that good intentions didn't really matter. If you gave government the authority to get involved in everybody's lives, the government was going to get in the way of everybody's lives. They were going to make the lives more difficult. And with Woodrow Wilson and FDR pushing so heavily on a bureaucratic form of government, that is what led us down the path of what I call the fourth branch of government, the administrative branch, the bureaucratic branch. And that's how we got the EPA, the FDA, the Department of Agriculture, the Department of Education, the Department of Energy, the Department of, you name it, the alphabet soup agencies that we have today. Simply because of good intentions to try and help better the environment, better the economy, better the lives of the everyday people. It has led to government overreach, and that government overreach has made everything more difficult. A lot of people like to quote Ronald Reagan when he said that the most feared phrase is, "I'm from the government and I'm here to help." The government is not the solution. The government is usually the problem. So our first guest will be David Wright. He'll be on in about 9 minutes. And I just need to get him the link for this live stream, and hopefully he will be in without any problems. Since this is my first podcast using this format, I am hoping it goes smoothly. So I just gave him the link over to that. Hopefully he'll hop in here shortly, and then I'll be able to transition to having him on board. So I'm hoping that those of you who are joining us today will give this podcast a like, follow, subscribe to it. I am on both Rumble, I'm on YouTube. I hope to be expanding into X and Facebook later on, eventually getting onto actual podcast platforms like iHeartRadio and anywhere else I can get on. There's a whole bunch of them. I'm still trying to learn them all myself. But first podcast, hoping it goes well, gets a lot of people interested in learning about the Constitution and learning about what needs to be done in Congress. One of the things that I will be doing pretty frequently, as I mentioned, is calling out both sides, because I am a staunch constitutional originalist, and I don't like when the Constitution gets infringed upon in any way. I see no excuse, no reason to ever do so. Everything can be handled in a constitutional manner, and usually that's also a more efficient and accurate way to do it anyway. So I am just waiting on David Wright to get back to me now. I'm hoping he'll get on in just a moment. he is due on in about 7 minutes, so I mistimed about how much I am going to be talking leading up to this. First time problems, working out the kinks of my broadcast. I guess I'll give myself only 15 minutes going forward. I guess one thing I could talk about while I wait for David to show up. I am in the process of getting a new book published. It is called The Last Republican. I do not have a release date expected for that book just yet, but it should be coming out somewhat soon. I'm expecting sometime in October. It is going through the publication process right now. So The Last Republican is going to be talking about how Republican principles were originally founded on the Constitution. Republican principles used to be for conservatism, fiscal responsibility, limited government, protecting the rights of the people, and unfortunately, I would say, especially after Reagan, the Republican Party has started to drift away and increasingly quickly from the Constitution. So I see only one person in Congress anymore that actually seems to fight for the Constitution 100% of the time, and that'd be Thomas Massey. So in my book, I talk about how the Republican Party has drifted away from constitutional principles. They have big government spending. They do military action without congressional authorization. They expand government. They expand the debt. Really no different to Democrats in a lot of ways. And Thomas Massey is somebody who actually stands firm on the original principles of the Constitution. He still fights for fiscal responsibility. He fights for Congress to retain its war powers. He fights for justice, as he's doing with the Epstein files. But again, main topic today is just on the Constitution itself. So I am going to try and stay firm on that today. I'm not going to dig too deep on anything further. One of my favorite parts of the Constitution would have to be just the fact that it set the stage for liberty to be preserved. I believe if we did not have the Constitution of the United States, we would have probably for quite some time now been subject to the state. You could look at what's happening in England right now. They are arresting people from time to time for just saying things that they don't like. And to me, that is an atrocious front to liberty. You can't have liberty if you can't have speech. You can't have freedom if you can't have speech. Thankfully, even though our government is very flawed, it is constantly trying to bypass the Constitution in any chance that it gets. It does thankfully still have those checks and balances in place that make it much more difficult for the government to get away with it. Unfortunately, though, if we keep going down the path that we are on, I do not know if those restraints will last much longer. Give me just a second. I'm going to see if David is available to hop on. So, again, quick moment. If you're watching right now, please give me a like and subscribe on both YouTube and Rumble, and hopefully I'll be able to start expanding the platform going forward. So one of the things that I used to do, I used to be, a little bit about myself, I used to be a national executive for the constitutional grassroots movement. That's really what got me diving into politics myself. And what I did as an executive for the CGM was educating people on the Constitution, finding, vetting, and endorsing candidates based on the Constitution. And we did so with a very detailed questionnaire. That questionnaire had a lot of state issue and federal issue questions that determined how the candidate in question would handle those situations. And we were looking to see if the candidate would answer in constitutional ways for all of those issues. It's kind of scary how bad some candidates would answer. You would get people rating like 20% correct answers, or even less. We've had people under 10% with correct answers, but we had some fabulous candidates that came forward, like Shane Hazel from Georgia, Todd Watson out of Nebraska, um, and and a handful of others. We had some from Washington, Washington State, and some from Alabama. And these candidates were from really any party that would put together a good questionnaire. We had endorsed somebody from the Libertarian Party multiple times, Constitution Party, Republican Party, and there was one that tried doing it from a party called, I think, the Freedom Party, but due to no traction with that party, he ended up switching to the Libertarian Party. And they were all fantastic candidates. They were very stout on the Constitution. Many of them even tried teaching the Constitution, but unfortunately, without the establishment party backing you, it's very difficult to gain traction. Doesn't matter if you're a Republican, Libertarian, Constitution Party, or otherwise. If you don't have establishment backing, it's very difficult to get support. And that's something that, honestly, I believe needs to change. If we want people to adhere to the Constitution, we need to hold the establishment accountable to the Constitution. We need to ignore what the establishment calls for and actually find somebody who stands for the Constitution, and then we need to back them financially, with votes, and get them in office. Thomas Massie is proof that you don't need establishment to get elected. When Thomas Massie was elected to the state House of Representatives in Kentucky, he narrowly beat out an establishment candidate, but through consistency and keeping his promises as a state representative, he gained a lot of support from the people in his district. And when he decided to run for the United States House of Representatives, they knew what he stood for. They knew he was consistent. They knew he stood for the Constitution and limited government. And once he had that name recognition, he's been undefeated. Didn't matter if he got primary challenged or if a Democrat ran against him. He's always won by a very healthy margin in his district. And that's what we need. We need to get constitutional candidates in office and retain them. We need to keep them in office so that we can start turning the tide. One person in Congress is not going to be able to turn the tide. But if that one person starts going with the tide, there's no point in electing constitutional candidates. If we're just going to continue to go with the flow, we're just going to rubber stamp yes votes on bills to be liked, to be approved by for the establishment, we're not going to get anywhere. So we need to reinforce Congress with people like Thomas Massie. So please, as the 2026 midterms come around, don't look at establishment candidates. Look at candidates that stand for the Constitution first and foremost, and get people that stand on principle at all times. The moment you sacrifice principle for votes is the moment that you no longer have principle. It's the moment that you are compromised and you are a part of the problem. So I am hoping to hear back from David in just a second. If I don't hear back from David, I will see if I can get somebody else to hop on in a different order. I will shoot John Williams a message. I'll see if he can come on first. So another thing that I had mentioned that I am working on is a constitutional education course. I am hopeful that with that constitutional education course, I'll be able to start getting that into homeschooling and private schooling institutions to help promote very direct education on the Constitution. I want it to be designed specifically for teenagers and adults so that it can be easily understood but still very thorough. And in doing so, I want it to be thorough enough that anybody who completes this course will not just have an understanding of the Constitution, they will not just know the Constitution, but they will have a they will become constitutional scholars. And if we can create a nation of constitutional scholars, we will have a nation that our founding fathers had advised to have. They said that if you are an informed nation, that you know your rights, you know what the government limitations are, that's when you can defend and retain your liberties. The moment that you cannot retain those liberties is when you are unable to sustain them. And with that being said, I now have John Williams on, a little bit out of order from expectations, but John Williams will be joining me in just 1 second. And I am going to transfer him in. All right, and here we go. We have John Williams joining us now. John, thank you for joining me, especially a little bit out of order, but first podcast, I didn't expect it to go perfectly smoothly. I mean, I wouldn't want you to grab your voodoo doll because I had a perfect first podcast.
That's right. Don't make me do that. Don't make me do that.
So how are you doing today, John?
Not bad. How about yourself? I mean, congratulations on your first episode of your new podcast, and looking forward to more content from you as time goes on. But and also thanks for having me on. I really appreciate it.
Yeah. So for our viewers, a little bit about John. John is from Missouri as well. He and I are we've met a couple times now. Unfortunately, we don't live close enough to meet frequently, but we've met a couple times now. So he's a fellow podcaster from the Missouri Liberty Report. A good friend of mine. He's worked hard to keep liberty at the center of the conversation, especially happening across Missouri. Um, it's great to have him here on We the Podcast, especially on Constitution Day. So, John, today being Constitution Day, many Americans hardly notice it, while many, on the flip side, celebrate Independence Day like it's an incredibly important holiday. And it is, of course it is. But from your perspective, why do you think Constitution Day is so underappreciated, and what do you think people miss when they don't pause to reflect on the significance of today?
I think it stems. The problem is not coming from one area, right? It's multiple areas. It's the education of our children. Our kids, our children are educated to believe that their rights stem from government, that they are not natural, enumerated into the Constitution. They believe that, the education system teaches them that their rights just stem from government, and they lack the understanding of the importance of a document written by the founders and created to give the government. It's supposed to set, you know, a lane for the government to operate in, and not outside that, not outside of those boundaries. And then we, as the individuals, should be able to make our own choices as long as we don't impose ourselves on other people's freedom. It's a very simple concept that has been twisted into such a way that it makes it complex with all the laws and regulations and rules that have been set in place for the people. And we are supposed to be the government. The government should represent our best interests. And to me, our best interest would be not having a bloated bureaucracy, not having multiple alphabet agencies, uh, and somehow twisting things like the general welfare clause and things like that. So there are so many, and it's funny. I was just talking about this on my show last night. There are so many fronts for us to fight on. What Tom Woods would call the central planners, right? They're everywhere. And so you get these grassroots organizations, and they're really pushing for, like, so in Missouri we have gold and silver now, right? We had a few organizations fight really hard for that. So you get that, so you get that step forward. But then on 10 other fronts, they're encroaching. I mean, look at our property tax, or the property valuations. We have non-governmental organizations and the state tax commission forcing county assessors to sign an agreement to say you will raise valuations at 14.99%. So think about that. We have non-governmental organizations working with a bureaucracy of the state and forcing state assessors to, or county assessors to go along, or their budget is they're threatened to have their budget taken away. They're threatened to have the state attorney general remove them from office. So there's so many fronts that we have to fight on. And so going into the second question, because I don't want to go out off road and too far here, um, but because the majority of people, I would say a good portion of the people somehow believe, I shouldn't say somehow, they're educated this way, that their rights extend from government, that the Constitution is just a document to them. It's a piece of paper. Why celebrate I don't know. It just, I guess it's weird to celebrate the very document that a bunch of very smart individuals put together. Was it perfect? By no means. No man is ever going to write the perfect guidelines for government to operate in. But they were intelligent enough to have the foresight to see where things could go awry if you didn't tell your elected officials to stay in their lane. If you and therefore they've, by us not doing that, by people not doing that, then all these unconstitutional agencies are started, and it's just an ever slowly, they're ever so slowly just continually encroaching in on the very basic foundations of natural rights, freedom of speech. You look at the Fourth Amendment being encroached on. I mean, you have the Patriot Act. You have there's several examples out there where they've gone way out of their lane.
Yep.
Like they drove across the median and they're driving the wrong way in the other lanes and forcing everyone else to get out of their way. And they just operate as if that's just normal behavior. And yes, you get people that are fired up about it. You get people that are irritated. But in this state, we have a lot of conservatives who claim they're constitutional, but then you have the Locke and Smith Foundation that goes through and scores all of the bills on their constitutionality and passes them or fails them. And then they record all the votes that these representatives and senators make, and they judge them on their constitutionality. And then you have these same people saying how conservative and constitutional they are with a 39% constitutional voting record. That means 39% of the time they vote constitutionally. So the people are poorly educated on purpose, and then the representatives that are chosen make a mockery, seemingly, of what a constitutional conservative or just a constitutional elected official is. And unfortunately, because of the poor education on what constitutionality means, the people seem to accept this person as doing something outstanding. Um, but again, we can go over numerous examples here in the state of how unconstitutional I would say 80% of the body is in Jefferson City. So it's we could go on, I could go on and on and on, right? And I don't want to take up all that time, but it's just the way it is.
Yeah, yeah. Um, so you mentioned how like you can put all your effort on one front and you can maybe win that front, like Missouri did with gold and silver recently. But like you said, there's 10 other fronts. That also applies like the state versus the federal. Both are important. I would say both are equally important for their own reasons. I would say state is more important because it's most directly impacting your lives than the federal government does. But federal government is more important at the same time because they could do the greater damage to everyone. Um, so it's one of those things like you pick your battles. Which one are you going to fight today? Are you going to fight federal? Are you going to fight state? Are you going to focus on one and not the other, and just hope somebody else will fight the other battle? I mean, it's a divided front for sure. I have generally spent more time on the federal front. I know you're focusing more on the state front. What are some state level issues that you would find to be the most pressing in Missouri right now?
Yeah, there's so many. I think one of them is getting rid of the personal property tax. I think that's a pressing issue. Going back to what I talked about a minute ago with the raise in valuations, we have five currently that I know of, five assessors who are fighting back and saying, "We're not doing this. I'm not taxing people out of their homes." I would say so on that front. I would say getting rid of the personal property tax is one of the most pressing issues. Now, we've had or they've had two special sessions this year. One for um, just getting stadium funding for the Chiefs and the Royals. Right, that was a big to do. A lot of grassroots people are like, "What are we doing here? This is the important thing to you. Like, are you kidding me right now?" And then now they've done redistricting and IP reform, right? So the IP reform that they proposed that has passed and is headed to the governor's desk is awful. It's a terrible idea. Um, I think it was too easy to change the state constitution. I absolutely do. But these so-called conservatives are going to. This is what they're going to do. They're going to go to the extreme. Now, my friend Tom March proposed a 60% of the vote statewide and then the majority of the House districts. If you could pass both those muster points, you could add that amendment to the Constitution. But they're just doing it by congressional districts. And I don't remember the amount. It's a pretty good amount. And so, but there have been a few sessions where IP reform was supposed to be the big thing they were going to work on. You get down to the last day of session, the infighting starts and it falls apart, and they just pass on and they just go on. And then they go to the next session. Unfortunately, as it goes at the federal level, it also goes at the state level, where the Republicans and Democrats will pick their big things, their big topics, the big things they want to tackle. And then it turns into a what show when the session rolls around, and infighting and the stupidity that comes along with it. And then you've got grassroots. You could get 1,000 phone calls in a day up there. But if the Speaker of the House and the majority floor leader on the House side don't want it, it'll sit there. If the Senate pro tem on the other side doesn't want it, it's not going anywhere. So the grassroots voices um, really just get ignored. But these are, we have a Republican majority in this state, but it's hard to tell. It's really hard to tell. So I think School choice is going to be another. These are things that I don't necessarily think are should be top priority. Again, I think personal property tax is the top one. We need to get that nipped in the bud and figure out a way to get rid of it. I think school choice is another one. That one makes its rounds every session. They always try to include something about homeschooling in there, which makes me leery. So I'm always like, please don't vote for this. This is terrible. Um, so that frightens me because it seems like in this state, instead of eliminating DESE, which is the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education, it's the Republicans and Democrats fighting over how your kids get educated, and they make another rule, right? So if you want to know, after interviewing a school board president on my show a year or two ago, and I brought up, why do we have all these schools have to have a superintendent, an assistant superintendent, and all the staff and everything else? And it's because she's like, you have to check a boatload of boxes before you even start educating the kids. And so we have Republicans and Democrats that are adding rules, adding check boxes that the schools must complete before they even start educating your kid. And then they're getting educated and they're not being told that, hey, your rights don't come from government. Your rights come from the Constitution. It's a failure in the public indoctrination center, what I would call it. And it just leads back to our very first question, right? We have all these people who want to make the rules on how your kids are educated, but the important parts that your children should learn just kind of falls by the wayside because there's so much fighting over who gets to control what, how much funding they get. I mean, our former governor Mike Parson, got an award from some entity because he got Desi an extra, I don't know, several $850,000. So it's just crazy. But yeah, I think personal property tax in Missouri should be the main thing that we fight to eliminate in this state this year. But you will have an awful lot of Republicans who come from populated districts, and I've had friends that go to, they'll go in when the bill and they'll testify about the bill, and there will be firefighters and policemen sitting in a room waiting to testify, all in their fancy dress blues, right? Screaming, you can't take our funding away. They act like they won't be able to get another fire truck or this or that. They don't get fire trucks from personal property tax money either anyway, but they frighten the elected officials enough to where they won't dare say, yeah, let's get rid of the personal property tax and figure out another way. When there's 29 other states that don't have a personal property tax, it's really weird. They have roads, schools, bridges, police, ambulance, fire. They have all the things. It's just you don't get that lovely bill December 1st every year. Right before Christmas, it says, oh, by the way, you must pay us rent because you have the ability to own a car and a side by side and a boat and some other things. So now you have to pay us an extortion fee because you're lucky enough to earn enough money to buy these things.
You
So
know,
that's what I hope to see.
you're bringing up the topic of the firefighters and policemen coming to fight against the property tax. That's something that I went to a town hall meeting with Thomas Massey in June, and one of the things he mentioned all the time, and that kind of was something I was about to ask you about, but you already touched on it a little bit. Thomas Massey always talks about how the reason why Congress is such a mess right now, or as you said, a you know what show, is because they put all of this nonsensical pork into a bill that has nothing to do with the bill itself. And if you vote against it, you voted against the firefighters. You voted against a raise for our military personnel. You voted against the teachers. No, I voted against all the other nonsense. Give me that bill by itself, I'll vote yes. You want to give a raise to the firefighters or the teachers? Do a bill to give a raise to the firefighters or the teachers. I'll vote yes for that. But you're going to attach it to this bill that wants to give $800 billion to Ukraine? I'm not going to vote for that.
Yeah, I it is the oldest trick in the book for these people, and unfortunately, a lot of people fall for that trick and they get upset. And it's like you haven't even read the bill. You They put these bills out and they're so long you can't read them on your own. You don't get enough time to read them on your own,
Well,
right?
look at that big beautiful bill that they passed
Yes.
just this last time. They used that exact tactic throughout it. Oh, you this will secure the tax breaks from his last presidency. This will do that. This will do this. Yeah, but look at the bad things it'll do. The bad things far outweigh the good in this bill. And I did some calculations on the bill, and the debt spending that it creates puts us on a path to have a higher interest rate on our debt than our revenue in like 17 years, I think was my calculation. I'd have to run the calculations again, but in less than 20 years we would have insolvency in this country at these spending levels because the interest on our debt would be higher than the revenue created. And if we have a higher interest on our debt than our revenue, we don't have a single penny for the military. We don't have a single penny for the firefighters or the teachers. We don't have a single penny for anything that people think they need. People that want the universal health care, people that want to have the big military, people that want to have all the government handouts or the free phones or the food stamps or whatever benefits or whatever programs they are in support of, the moment we have a higher interest rate than our revenue is the moment we don't have a single penny to go to any of those programs. And what happens then?
Yeah.
What do we do at that point? There's no turning back on that unless you put spending at zero and raise taxes to finally start paying off this atrocious debt of ours.
What's funny too is they love to, when you talk about to, the debt to GDP. Now, this is I'm going to talk about this. Don't take me as the expert, right? I'm not the expert economically or on economics. But here's the funny part, right? Because you're talking about the big beautiful bill, the amount added to the debt, how financially horrible this bill is. And then we have lawmakers who want to brag and tried to brag and said, "Hey, you know what? We're ruining Russia financially with this whole Russia Ukraine thing, right?" But then you go look, our debt to GDP is 123%. You know what Russia's is? Russia's is 28% debt to GDP.
Yep.
All the things that we've done, our horrible foreign policy, us fighting proxy wars when we don't have the president doesn't have the constitutional authority to do said things. And then they go around bragging like they did something really good. And what did Russia do? What did Putin do? He's like, I'm just going to put gold in every bill, little slivers of gold in every bill. And he's making deals with other countries, selling his natural gas and oil, and we didn't do anything. What
Yeah.
who the foreign I don't remember the exact quote. So, but it goes something like tyranny will come in the guise of fighting a foreign enemy. And you notice every time we have to go to war, debt goes up. We get things like the Patriot Act. We get all this, the mass surveillance state. We get all these things. We're the biggest, almost, except for all those people who lose all their lives. But as far as liberty goes, we are the biggest losers in the way this government conducts itself in its foreign policy.
And
And its foreign policy and our national policy mirror each other. Whatever they're going to do to people who are our so-called enemies, at some point that gets turned on the American people.
yep.
So you got to wise up on that.
Yep, and real quick, you just reminded me of something on how we are the biggest losers of liberty right now. I mentioned earlier in my opening segment there that the the United Kingdom will oftentimes censor people and even arrest people for saying what they don't like. Even with that being the case, as horrible as that is, huge violation of liberty, one of the things that the United Kingdom still has over us, though, is they don't have this insanely bloated bureaucracy that we have. They don't have the insane regulations that we have. They have regulations, of course, and I know you and I are both on the same page that should be as minimalistic as possible. But one thing that the United Kingdom has on us, that Germany has on us, that Italy has on us, that Russia has on us, that Japan has on us, even Central American countries, Mexico, Honduras, El Salvador, Guatemala, all of these countries have the liberty to kind of live their lives the way they want to. Can you start a business out of your garage?
Of course not.
You can't
Of
everywhere
course not.
else. Everywhere else, you can say, I want to start selling food out of my garage. And then you could just advertise on Facebook or advertise wherever you want to advertise. Call people over, hey, come buy my food. Yeah, you'll have a few health and safety regulations you'd probably have to deal with, but not to the extent that we have here. You want to start selling resale items from Amazon or something? You can't do that here without a business license and all the hoops and hurdles. You have to compete with Amazon itself. You have to compete with Walmart. Good luck. And good luck getting the city to approve you having that little business out of your garage because you're a residential zone.
Oh, yeah, don't.
Zoning laws, yeah.
Yeah, zoning laws are another one of those things, and licensure. Licensure is only, I think its definition is something that someone deems illegal, and then until you pay a fee, and then it's deemed legal. I mean, that's what that's what licensure is, right? And every time you have some type of business that requires licensure and all these other things, the services automatically go up in price because only so many people can do this job. We can't let everybody do this. It is astounding. But here in Missouri, it's real easy for us. I mean, it's not hard. It takes no effort at all to look at the federal government and see the lobbyists and see these things. If you live in Missouri or whatever state you live in, check out your state house. My state rep, I was at a little Gasconade County Club Republican meeting. And our state rep was there, and I brought up the fact that how early they go ahead and pick who's going to run for God dang it, Speaker of the House and Majority Floor Leader. And the day those elections take place, there are lobbyists everywhere. So it's easy to look at the federal government and see the corruption. I mean, unless you have blindfolds on and you have earplugs in, you'll see it. But somehow this escapes an awful lot of people here in Missouri. So when you think that you're voting and you're electing these conservatives, these Republicans, take a trip up one day, especially towards the beginning of the session, and just see all the suits and ties walking around. Those aren't grassroots people. Those are not constituents for the most part. They are more than likely lobbyists. And you'll see them mainly around the Speaker of the House's office, and you'll see them around the Senate Pro Tem's office. That's where you're going to see these folks. And you'll try to go in there, and they'll be like, well, they're in a meeting. This person's in a meeting right now. It's because the lobbyists are in there. And in fact, the lobbyists are so creepy that there was video of a testimony on something about boys playing in girls' sports.
Yeah.
And the testimony went on for a while. A guy from the Cattlemen's Association gets in there and testifies and says, I don't know why we're doing this. You guys are wasting your time. You're going to win. I don't know how anybody's getting hurt here. He was just upset that so much time was being taken up by the testimony on this bill. And his stuff, the big ag, all the tax credits and everything else that big ag gets in the state weren't being heard. That's his thing. What the heck is the Cattlemen's Association doing testifying in a hearing for a bill on boys and girls sports? Why would the head of the Cattlemen's Association be there? It's because he's upset his bill isn't front and center. And I'm like, okay, um, this is all you have to look at. You can look at this one video, and that is Jefferson City in a nutshell. This goes in and day out. There is, and I know I'm getting ready to run out of time, but I want people to know about this too. I believe it's called the MHRC, the Missouri House Republican Caucus. So, Representative Wolfen, who I've had on my show several times, he gets elected. He's in his first term. He tells me they go to caucus, and one of the things they do during caucus is they have speed dating with lobbyists. So they break all these reps into three groups of three. They go to each table and introduce themselves to the lobbyists. That's how much money the lobbyists are giving to make sure the Republicans hold the majority in Missouri. And guess who's going to get the benefit when it comes to all this stuff? It's not the people. The lobbyists and their interests are coming first because the Republicans depend on them so much to hold the majority for all those campaign funds that you are the last in line.
Yep.
So if we don't get a huge number of people who are calling or bringing this up and educating everyone to see the totality of what goes on in Jefferson City, I unfortunately see this behavior continuing and it not stopping. So it's an unfortunate thing. But folks, if you think it just happens in D.C., you're definitely take a closer look at your own state, and you're going to find a lot of nasty business. Even where I know it's easy to point at the liberals, but even where the Republicans are in a majority, you're still going to find an awful lot of lobbyists, and you're going to find an awful lot of funny money and a lot of funny business going on, and it's really disheartening.
Yep. Yep. Most of our viewers may not know this, but I know you know this. I originally come from Washington State, and yeah, it is. It is not just Missouri. It is definitely something that happens everywhere. Um, a lot of people that try to push for states' rights, even though you and I agree the states' rights are definitely superior to federal rights. Many people don't realize that the state representatives are not really any more or less corrupt than the federal counterparts. Many of the state representatives are trying to just get name recognition so they can get up to the federal level as soon as a seat is open to do so. So, yeah, so with that being said, John, thank you for joining me. I'll get Robert Brown ready as our next guest, and I will hopefully be on your show in the near future.
Absolutely, Robert. And it's great to see you, buddy. Great to see your face again, brother. You too as well. You guys take care.
Yep. All right. Give me 1 second, folks. I just need to switch the stream over to Robert Brown. This will just take a second. Alrighty. Robert, thank you for joining us. It is good to have you on Constitution Day. It's been quite a while since we have done one of these.
It has. It's been a few years.
Yeah,
Can't remember the last time.
it's probably been close to 6 or 7 years since we did a Constitution Day
Wow.
podcast.
Wow.
Because it Trump wasn't elected the first time yet, so it's been at least actually it's probably been at least 8 years then since we've done, because it was before even his first term in office, I think, when we did it.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that could be.
Yeah, so
Been too long.
yeah,
I'll just say that.
a little bit too long. So anyway, for the viewers, joining me is Robert Brown. He is a renowned constitutional scholar. He works with the John Birch Society. He's traveled across the country. He teaches both citizens and legislators through his powerful program, The Constitution is the Solution. Robert, it's an honor to have you back on with me again. It's Constitution Day. As few people in the United States have devoted themselves as fully to educating others on the Constitution as you have. So thank you for joining us today. The anniversary of the Constitution being signed. What year was the Constitution signed?
1787.
Yes.
It's really one of the least known national holidays that I would say is one of the most important national holidays.
Yep. Yep. We
I want
are.
to start off.
Go
We're
ahead.
going to test out the screen sharing here. We talked about seeing if it'll work.
Yes, yes. So that will be a little tricky, I think. Once you have it up,
See.
I might be able to get that transferred over quickly.
Okay.
All right, I see
See if
the
that works.
link. Let me get that on. All right, it is shared.
So this is a free gift, a free course on the Constitution for everyone on Constitution Day. You can go to that QR code in the upper corner there and see the entire 6-lecture series, plus class handouts, worksheets, and things of that nature. And this course is one I created a number of years ago to train the activists on what we need to know to draw the line between what is constitutional, what is not constitutional, what the federal government is supposed to be able to do, what they're not, and how we can really help rein in the federal government. So that's the purpose of this course. And this is really how I've become nationally known. It was never my intent to be known nationwide, but I did want to get this information out nationwide. And since producing this course, the John Birch Society has distributed it all over the country. Tens of thousands of people have been through this course. I've had really good reviews from it. But I guess the most gratifying review I get is when people tell me, I learned the Constitution through your course. It's what awakened in me a passion to fight for the Constitution. As I meet hundreds of people around the country that can tell that kind of a story, it helps me feel like this was worth it. This is something that has actually had some effect in helping people learn the Constitution and help defend the Constitution. So that's what's led to me being able to then travel the country speaking on the Constitution. As people have heard my courses, they often bring me out to various events. And I also get to testify before legislatures on some constitutional issues from time to time. And so it's been just an amazing ride, really. Be able to take this course I created and turn it into something that's far beyond what I ever imagined.
Yeah, I'm very happy with everything that you do to educate not only the people but the legislators, because I'm sure you and I both agree that many of them think they know the Constitution and just do not. Many of them think they are following the Constitution and just do not. As I was an executive leader for the constitutional grassroots movement, when I used to vet and endorse candidates, there were some that would die on the hill that they're the most constitutional person in the race. And the sad reality is they might be, but their scores on our vetting system were incredibly low. Like we had a grading system that would grade you from 0 to 100 on your score, and we were getting people that were scoring in a 10% range or lower on their scores, and it was mind-blowing how some of them thought that they were constitutional candidates and that they could get a endorsement from a constitutional organization. And when they see our questionnaire, it blew my mind that they thought, oh yeah, we'll still fill this out. But I think a lot of that comes down to they think they know the Constitution, or they think that their ideals align with the Constitution, but they mean well enough, but it doesn't follow the Constitution at all.
Yeah.
So it's really sad that when it comes down to the education level of the Constitution, we've really not taught it properly for what, 150 years?
Probably
100 to 150
Probably at least
years.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because starting in the 1900s, that's when we first started really pulling away from the Constitution, post World War I. Because that's when we really started pushing towards that bureaucratic style of government, the expedient government. Let's get things done quickly. Let's get things done efficiently. I say that word very liberally because it is most definitely not efficient.
Well, honestly, the most efficient form of government would be a dictatorship. You don't have this big Congress bantering back and forth over different political ideas. You have one person in charge. They make all the decisions. That's very efficient.
Yeah.
Although I'm not sure efficiency is even the ultimate goal here.
Yeah.
I want to bring up from the John Birch Society. This comes from a video called Overview of America. This scale that talks about government power, and on the left side, 100% government power, which would include various totalitarian types of government: communism, socialism, fascism, Nazism, etc.
Yeah.
And on the far right side of this screen, there, 0% government is anarchy.
Yep.
And we found that under the Articles of Confederation prior to the Constitution, we were too close to the right side, too close to anarchy, where we had given the central government there, the federal government, certain duties, but we didn't give them the power to enact those duties. Governor Edmund Randolph from Virginia talked about this. He said something about, how could we have given the Congress these various duties to perform, but having not given them the power to execute them? What were we thinking is kind of what his point was. And this was one of the things he said as we're now drafting the new Constitution. We need to create a new Constitution with enough power. In the Declaration of Independence, it talks about the purpose of government. After it talks about, among these rights are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, it then says that to secure these rights, governments are instituted. The purpose of government is defined there. To secure our God-given and inalienable rights, governments are created. And that's where we get that proper balance there in the middle, where you have that blue arrow pointing to the Constitution, where you have enough government power to protect our inalienable rights, but not enough power to abuse them.
Yep.
Now, just yesterday, I was pondering this, as well as a lot of the things that are going on in the mainstream media today with the assassination of Charlie Kirk this last week, and people comparing the reaction with George Floyd's death versus Charlie Kirk's death. With George Floyd's, cities had to board up their stores and so on. There was violence. There were a number of people died. There was looting, rioting, and so on.
Yep.
And on the other hand, in response to Charlie Kirk's death, vigils. There's no rioting. There's no chaos of that nature. And it got me really thinking a lot about the violent nature of those that promote big government. You have to think about this. In fact, George Washington said, government is not reason. It is not force. Government is not eloquence. It is not reason. It is force. And like fire, it is a dangerous servant and a fearful master. Government is force. And behind government, the only force they really have is violence. The only force government has to enforce what it's telling us to do is a gun. Mao Zedong says political power comes from the barrel of a gun. That's literally all that government has to force its will on the people is violence. And on this scale, the closer we get to that left side, the 100% government, the more violence is allowed.
Yep.
The more the government can force their will at the point of a gun upon the people.
Yep.
So if we were to draw over the top of this scale, a violence scale, it would mirror this. You'd have as much violence as they wish on the total government side, and it would taper down to less and less government violence is allowed as we get closer and closer to the Constitution. And at the Constitution, the only government that's actually, the only violence government's allowed to do under the Constitution is what is necessary to protect our life, our liberty, our property.
Yep.
And beyond that, government is not allowed to use force. It's only allowed force in defense. Now, what's interesting is as we pass that blue arrow and go to the right-hand side toward anarchy, government violence doesn't continue to go down. The violence actually starts going back up again as you go towards the anarchy side. And the reason being is, sure, government isn't there to enforce the violence against you, but anyone else is.
Yeah.
Suddenly, violence can come from any quarter. Anyone that can amass a gang can inflict their violence on those that don't have a gang to defend themselves.
Tribalism
So violence,
and warlords.
Yes, exactly. So on this scale, if we were to overlay a violence scale on here, violence is highest at the left and at the right and hits the lowest point, the least amount of violence in society when we have proper constitutional governance.
Yep.
And that's exactly why those that believe in limited government, constitutionalism, are the least violent type of people.
Yep.
Where those who want big government, those who want to use the force of government to force other people to do the things that they feel they should do, they're comfortable with a larger degree of violence on the government side. And generally that extends to personally as well. They just tend to lean more towards acceptance of violence themselves.
Yep.
Whether it be shooting their political opponents or whatever. So I thought that was a really interesting perspective to overlay this violent society we're becoming, and naturally so, as we drift further towards the totalitarian government and away from the Constitution.
That is an incredible analogy that I never really thought to use. The way you have that graph and able to paint the picture with that scenario. When you talk about the quote of George Washington, there's also the quote from John Adams that I remember, where he says, "There is nothing which I dread so much as the division of our republic into two great parties, each arranged under its leader, with concerting measures in opposition to each other. This, in my humble apprehension, is to be dreaded as the greatest political evil under our Constitution." And it only goes to show how just incredibly wise our founding fathers were. They had such foresight as to everything that can happen if government is given too much authority. Because as we drift more and more to the left, like you have on your graph, as we drift more and more to the left, we end up having more and more of those issues at play. More often, we are having the left will pull hard to the left, and the right's going to pull harder to the right, and it's just coming a back and forth tug of war to get it as far in their direction as they can. And you bringing up this center graph, one of the things I said, I know I made a Facebook post about Charlie Kirk's assassination recently. I don't know if I made this reference in the post, but one of the things I've said in conversation at the very least is one thing that saddens me and kind of scares me about Charlie Kirk's death was he was about the most moderate voice you could ever hope for. Somebody that wanted open discussion, open debate. Tell me your ideals, I'll tell you why you're wrong, but I'll tell you my ideals. But still, it was open discussion. It wasn't, oh, I'm going to kick your ass because you think differently. I'm going to.
It was always respectful.
Yeah. I'll tell you why I think you're wrong, but open discussion, open debate. And when you look at that graph, I'll put that graph back up. When you look at this graph, and you compare this graph to personality. Let's take government out of the equation here, and you have personality. You now have that Constitution being that moderate voice, and then you have the extremes of each side. Well, what happened in Germany after World War I? You took out the moderate voice, and then you had the extremes of both sides competing in the middle, fighting each other, until one of those two extremes won. When one of those two extremes won, the debate ended. And who came to power? The Nazis. Same thing happened after World War I in Russia. When the moderate voices were taken out, eliminated, assassinated, murdered, arrested, you had the extreme communists come into power with Lenin. So whether this person, I'm not going to elaborate on what this person was, what he believed, anything. It's still too early, in my opinion, to really elaborate on any of that. Mm-hmm. Doesn't matter what this person's ideology was, why he took out Charlie Kirk, or anything. A lot of people are celebrating his death, and they do not realize that he was an ally of them for peace. He was a voice of moderation that was that middle ground that left a huge power gap, in my opinion, for the middle ground. And it's going to create a lot of animosity between the two parties. It goes back to that John Adams quote again. Now we're going to have a lot of fighting between them, I suspect, instead of dialogue. And Coke said it himself. When dialogue stops, violence begins. Well, what's going to happen without Coke now? I hope we can continue dialogue, but there's a lot of people saying, I am Charlie Coke now, and there's a lot of people celebrating the death. And that could get dangerous quickly. That could get dangerous very quickly.
I really hope that those who are on the conservative side, and really those that are more moderate as well, can honor his legacy with dialogue rather than violence, hate, and so on. The thing that I respect him most for, I often would listen to his videos because I want to develop this quality better in myself, and that is the respectful dialogue. I especially love when he's in the middle of a bunch of his supporters, and a liberal is always invited up to the front of the line because anyone that has opposing views, he lets them first. And sometimes the audience will start heckling them.
And he'll be like, no, let them speak.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yep.
Exactly.
Yep.
He is so respectful of the opposing view. Let's let them speak. He treats them all as equals. Even if they have different views, they're wrong on whatever they view, that doesn't matter. He treats everyone as equally important. Let's let their views be heard. Let's help them get their view across.
Yep.
The respect that he treated everyone with is something that we all should honor his legacy with in trying to emulate that.
Yep, and this also goes back to, again, what I was saying on that whole what happened in Nazi Germany. They silenced the moderates, and then they got total control. And something long, I've been saying this for years and years and years, when the whole Antifa movement became kind of popular in the United States, they were always saying, oh, punch a Nazi for freedom, or punch a Nazi for this, or whatever. Basically commit assault on people they disagreed with. Because sometimes it's just somebody they disagreed with that they're considering a Nazi. Because a lot of them call Charlie Kirk a Nazi. I didn't know limited government was a Nazi ideology. Guess I learned something new. Yeah. So
and that's why the idea that fascism or Nazism is far right is totally wrong.
Yeah.
This is a much better scale that we've drawn up here, where 100% government, whether we call it communism, socialism, Nazism, fascism, is big government. It's on the left side of the scale. Anarchy is on the right side of the scale. It's a much more logical scale to view politics from.
But yeah, and one of the things that was happening in Nazi Germany was them fighting with the communists. Before the Nazis truly took power, there were communists competing for power there. When the Nazis won the power, they outlawed communism, and they had total control of the government at that point. But
and what you may recall that they actually partnered with the communists and with Stalin initially.
Yeah.
And then it turned and attacked him.
Yep, 1939. Partitioned Poland so that they could focus on France. But yeah, so the Nazis outlawed communism. But what happened before that? Anytime that they were fighting with each other, they gave both sides the legitimacy. See, they're nothing but savages. Now, with the assassination with Charlie Kirk, you have the extreme on his side of the spectrum now saying, see, the left are nothing but lunatics. The left are nothing but savages. The left kind of played into that. They kind of said, yep, we're glad he's gone. You're proving the extremity of your opposite, of your opponents, to be correct. You took out a moderate person, or you're celebrating taking out a moderate person, and you give that legitimacy to the argument of the extremity on your opposite. And Elon Musk had posted a meme years ago where I don't know if I'll be able to find that picture, so I'm not even going to try. But it's basically three stick figures that are on a screen, and it's got this middle line for the middle, and it's got left and right, and it's got a stick figure leaning a little bit to the left. And the stick figure on the far left is like, oh, my fellow liberal. And then the stick figure on the left moves even further to the left. And he's like, Nazi, to the person who was leaning left. And that's kind of what they've done. They ran away from the center, and anything that was center is now far right to them. I mean, in the language that they use, the opposition is now further away when it hasn't moved. And
I was just discussing this with some family members a couple days ago, that looking back at JFK, for example, and in today's political world, he would be considered a conservative.
Yeah.
Even though he's a Democrat president and so on, he would be considered a conservative. And the fact that he shut down the Federal Reserve temporarily till they killed him, but he very much was much more of a conservative than a lot of our supposed Republicans today, like Romneys and Bushes and so on. I'd say that JFK is probably more conservative than they by quite a bit. You know, I would like to kind of take a new direction here for a few minutes. For Constitution Day, I feel like I would be remiss if I don't spend a little bit of our time on the show today teaching the Constitution, teaching a few just
fair,
amazing parts of the Constitution, things that I think are really brilliant. And first of all, I'm going to jump into, let me see if I can get my screen to advance here, and we'll bring it up again. To understand the Constitution, to understand what is federal, what is in federal power, I always say, look at Article 1, Section 1, Clause 1, which says all legislative powers herein granted, all lawmaking power, shall be vested in a Congress, which will consist of a House and Senate. And then go to Article 1, Section 8. And this is where it lists their lawmaking power, the enumerated powers. Starts off with Congress having the power to raise money, lay and collect taxes, duties, imposts, excises, to pay the debts and provide for the common defense and general welfare of the United States. And that is limiting spending and jurisdiction. They can only spend money on, and they can only make laws regarding those three things: paying debt, providing for common defense, and general welfare. And Madison, I believe it's Federalist 41, talks about nothing can be more natural nor common to first introduce with a general phrase and then follow it up with a recital of particulars. So here's the general phrase we have: Congress can only spend money on these three things: paying our debts, providing for common defense, and general welfare. And the rest of Article 1, Section 8 gives the specific particulars, enumeration of what is common defense powers and what is general welfare powers. So clauses 2 through 9 and 17 are the general welfare powers. They're all specifically enumerated. When someone claims the general welfare clause gives Congress power to do this and this, I always say the general welfare powers are specifically enumerated. Here's the list. Which one of those applies? When someone, years ago, I was challenging someone over foreign aid, and they said that would depend on the foreign aid. In some cases, it would fall under the common defense powers. Other cases, it would be under general welfare. To send foreign aid to foreign countries. And so I showed them this and said, okay, so foreign aid falls in which of those general welfare powers?
Right.
Well, none of them. None of them. Which of the common defense powers? Again, none of them. That is the list of powers that Congress has to spend money on. And then if we get to Clause 18, it says Congress has the power to make all laws that shall be necessary and proper, and people love to use only that portion of it, but necessary and proper for carrying into execution this foregoing list of powers and any other powers vested in the federal government. So any powers given to the federal government, Congress creates the laws regarding that. But it has to be a specific enumerated powers.
Yep.
And then from there, the 10th Amendment applies. Any powers that are not specifically enumerated to the federal government and to Congress are reserved to the states, respectively, or to the people.
Yeah, and
that's the simplest way to define what is constitutional and what is not.
Yeah, and the example I like to use is when it comes to make all laws which shall be necessary and proper, like you said, a lot of people focus only on that. But the rest of that, how did we outlaw alcohol federally?
Only with a constitutional amendment.
Correct. So we also had to use a constitutional amendment to legalize it again.
Mm-hmm.
So why, if it took a constitutional amendment to prohibit alcohol, why can the federal government prohibit or regulate marijuana or business or anything else of that nature?
Without a constitutional amendment.
Yeah, constitutionally, they cannot. That is my go-to example. Is it took an amendment to the Constitution to prohibit alcohol? So what changed to give the Congress the authority, or any part of government the authority, to outlaw or regulate anything else without a constitutional amendment? There's
exactly
nothing.
Right.
There's nothing that has been granted to the government since.
Now, some conservatives will jump in and say, but we have to regulate these illicit drugs. Well, okay, that may be an argument you could win. Maybe not. We could debate that or not. But my only contention is, whose jurisdiction would it be?
Unless
if we are restricting.
Unless you have an amendment to the Constitution, it's a state
It's not
issue.
the federal jurisdiction. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So that's always been my go-to example when it comes to federal laws and if they have the jurisdiction or authority for it. It took an amendment to prohibit alcohol, so why can they prohibit anything else?
Yeah, and you're exactly right. That's a great example. Unless there's an enumerated power, it's not within their jurisdiction. Now, as we get into the topic we started off with violence and government being authorized to use violence, especially in the Common Defense Powers list, that is a list of some of their authorization to use violence to defend, to protect our country and our rights, especially from foreign aggression. Define and punish piracies, declare war, raise and support armies. And this one I find quite interesting. They're given the power to raise and support armies, what it actually says in there, but no appropriation of funds to that use shall be for a term longer than 2 years.
Yep.
So Congress can authorize funding the Army for up to 2 years, and then the next session of Congress has to vote again whether or not we're going to fund the Army for another 2 years.
They basically have a sunset clause in the Constitution on whether or not you can have a standing army.
Exactly.
So even as we are right now, we do not have a standing army. We just have a perpetual army.
A perpetually authorized army every 2 years. And the Navy is not treated that way.
Yep.
The Navy is, they shall raise and support a Navy.
You mean maintain. Provide maintain.
Provide and maintain. That's the wording. Thank you. It's right there on my screen. I should read it, right? But and there's no sunset clause there. We're supposed to always have a Navy. And the same thing with the militia. One of the concerns raised in some of the earlier Federalist Papers was, if we have this temporary standing army and we're invaded and we don't have the army raised at the time, how do we defend ourselves?
Correct.
How do we defend against foreign invasion if we don't always have this robust standing army? And their answer was constitutional militia.
Yep.
And a couple of years ago, I decided I'm going to do a little bit of research on this and see just how powerful that would be. So if we're still up on my screens here, the next screen I want to bring up covers that a little bit. The power of the constitutional militia. And most people that understand the Second Amendment, they're mostly familiar with the shall not be infringed. The right to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. But the first part is usually glossed over.
Yeah.
A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state. And thus, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed.
Yes.
If we were obeying the militia clauses, there are several in the Constitution that talk about the militia, and if we were actually implementing and obeying the militia clauses as envisioned by the founders, what is the militia according to the founders? It's every person, technically every able-bodied man between a certain age range. It was usually like 16 to 65 was most common. So every able-bodied man between the years of 16 and 65 years old were required to be training regularly with their local militia so that they were ready at a moment's notice to defend their country. And they could actually be fined if they were not prepared, if they didn't have a certain amount of ammunition, gunpowder, and so on ready to go at a moment's notice to defend their homeland. And so this well-regulated militia, if we were to obey it as such, I did a little study. This is a list of the largest military powers in the world. China with just over 2 million man military. The United States in third place with about 1.35 million, 1.36. And if we were to have the militias as defined by the founders, and just men, I didn't account for women, maybe we would include women today as well, but it was every able-bodied man between those ages, 16 to 65. And let's assume that 10% aren't able-bodied. That's the numbers I ran with. Let's just take the total demographics of every person within each state. And Montana, I started with, if 90% of the men between ages of 16 to 65 were actively training as part of their state militia, the Montana militia would be larger than Columbia at about 307,000 man militia for Montana. Montana is our 43rd largest state, so it's a pretty small state population-wise. Just over 1 million people live in Montana. The next one I ran on here was Utah. The state of Utah, our 30th largest state, would have a 1 million man militia within Russia and would be in fifth place, basically, internationally, as the 5th largest military in the world, Utah. And then we get up to our 23rd state, South Carolina, would be just ahead of the United States. 23rd largest state, 1.44 million man militia.
Basically tied with
South
India.
Carolina.
Basically tied with
Yeah.
India.
Statistically, yeah, that's effectively this tied as second largest military in the world. For little South Dakota, or South Carolina, excuse me.
23rd most populous state.
Yeah. And then we get to Indiana, our 17th, which would be roughly tied with China as a 2 million man militia. And all 17 of our largest states would be equal to or larger than China's total military power. You get our top 3, for example, Florida, roughly 6 million. You get to Texas, 8.5 million, and California. I have to admit, with China or California, we may have a larger number of men that don't even know they're men there. But just assuming, based on their demographics,
I did not
12 million.
that.
Sorry, had to throw that in. 12 million, though. That's 6 times China.
Yeah.
This is huge. And I just want to put this in the context of just how secure. When it says a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, how absolutely secure would the United States be under this model if we're actually obeying the Constitution and had this form of structure in place?
Look at Admiral
And there's
Yamamoto.
so much more that we could go into.
Look at Admiral
Yes,
Yamamoto.
yes.
He said, we could never win a war against the United States because they will have a gun behind every blade of grass. And he said that before our military-industrial complex became what it is today.
Yes.
We weren't producing a tank a week or a destroyer every 5 days yet. We didn't have that military-industrial complex yet. We were more industrialized and more militaristic than we were before World War One, because after World War One we did ramp up, but we weren't what we are today. We're nothing like what we are today. World War Two, we woke up the sleeping giant because they have more manpower than we could ever hope to go after. They have guns behind every blade of grass, and they're going to outproduce the hell out of us. There's no way we're doing this.
And even at that time, we were not obeying the constitutional militia requirements as defined there.
Nope.
And yet,
it's been.
And yet, he still recognized that.
Yeah. It's gotten even worse since then, because I will go out on a limb and say that we don't have the state militia at all anymore. The National Guard, when we basically federalized the state militia and kept some of those principles. Like the state still appoints the commanding officer of their National Guard, but we basically turned the state militia into a federal reserve.
Yes.
Federal Army Reserve is what.
Army Reserve.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
And that is not what it was supposed to be. Not at all what it was supposed to be. And
there's some significant differences there between the National Guard and the true militia. One is, on the previous screen, talked about Congress can call forth the militia to execute the laws of the Union, suppress insurrections, and repel invasions. Those are all homeland security reasons.
Yep.
None of those have to do with deploying the National Guard abroad.
Correct.
To fight foreign wars.
Correct.
And so, and yet we've done that with the National Guard.
Many times.
In the same way, when it comes to who stores the weapons, obviously under the National Guard model, they're kept centrally, they're kept by the government. Under the militia model, you are required to have the weapon in your home, ready to defend your neighborhood if need be.
And even if not your own home, at least the state was managing it more locally.
Yeah, but they did under the militia. Traditionally, every man held their own weapons.
Yep.
They didn't turn in their weapons when they're done practicing with their local militia. They kept them.
Yeah.
And so that barrel of a gun that Mao Zedong talks about, political power comes from the barrel of a gun. Under the militia model, that barrel of the gun is controlled by the people.
And that's
not
why
by the
they
state,
say.
and not by the federal government.
Yep. And that's why they say all just powers are derived from the people in our founding documents. Is because the people had the barrel of the gun.
That's right. One other aspect of this, and I have to give a hat tip to Dr. Edwin Vieira Jr. He did a marvelous presentation, I think it was like 6 hours, called The Purse and the Sword, talking about Congress's power over spending, the purse, and over the sword, over militia, over the military, and so on. And his section on the militia was just absolutely inspiring to me. One of the things he talks about in there was, under this model, where every able-bodied man is regularly training with his local chapter of the state militia, every individual is known to their local militia leaders. When you have someone that's going rogue, such as a shooter from last week, for example, he would be known to his local militia. His views, his extremism, his starting to become more and more violent in nature would be known to his local militia leaders. People are kept in check. You don't have gang violence getting out of control in that model. You have so much better control over the peace and prosperity of your local community because everybody is known to their own militia leaders. Everyone's training with each other on a regular basis. And everyone knows that the guy next to you has a gun too.
Yep.
It's such a different model. It's sometimes hard to imagine what it would look like if we were truly living under the government our Constitution was intended to be.
Yep. I mean,
it's difficult to fathom sometimes.
I mean, both models, like even our modern model versus the constitutional model, both of them make us pretty much impossible to defeat. But one comes at a much more efficient means in which that we don't have huge government spending. We won't be spending $1 trillion on national defense. I'm not necessarily opposed to having a strong military, but we should also have the strong states militia that our Constitution prescribed. Because the way I have always said it on this topic is, who's the first line of defense? Let's say we have a surprise attack. Government got caught with their pants down. They're tripping to pull their pants back up. China attacks us, or Russia attacks us, Mexico, Canada, whoever you want to say. They attack us. Total surprise to the government. Who's the first line of defense? We the people. Who's the first resistance against the invasion? We the people. Then the government mobilizes. Then the government fights back. Who's the last line of defense? Let's say China wins. China takes out the United States military, the United States government. Obviously, this is kind of unreasonable with our technology, but let's say it happens. China takes out the United States government. Who's the last line of defense? We the people. We are the resistance at that point. We are the ones who can restore our country at that point. We are the ones who can retain our independence and liberty at that point. If you take away our ability to do so, we are not only at risk of foreign powers subjecting us, we are at risk of internal powers subjecting us. And that's why in the Federalist Papers, I don't remember which number, but Madison and Alexander Hamilton would say that one of the things that the United States citizenry has over all of the kingdoms of Europe is the right to bear arms. That we have the right to resist our own tyranny, and we don't need to rely on a foreign power to save us. We can save ourselves. We can protect ourselves.
Yes, precisely. Again, it puts the political power of the barrel of the gun in the hands of the people instead of the hands of the government. And that was one of our founders' biggest concerns, having just fought our war for independence against what was our own country's standing army. As we were British citizens, the Redcoats were our country's standing army.
And that's one thing that's always been fascinating about the language of the standing army versus the Navy that you brought up, and the militia.
Yeah.
And when you put those three all together, our founding fathers knew that a regular army would at times be necessary, and our government from the foundation of this nation all the way to now has never disbanded the army. So it's always been deemed somewhat necessary. But
they can always find an excuse.
Yeah, but our founding fathers had that as an option because it's every 2 years you have to say, yep, this is still necessary. Yep, this is still necessary.
And every 2 years we re-elect Congress. If we feel like they're using the standing army against the people can put in a new Congress to get rid of it.
Yep, because it is in sync with the 2 years of Congress. So
that's right.
That's one of the things that I've always tried to educate people on as well, is when it comes to your elections, we have to do a better job at holding our elected officials accountable. The reason why we have elections is so that if this person steps out of line, we can get them back in line, or we can replace them. One of the things we have done the worst job of doing as a nation is holding our elected officials accountable. And that's, while a lot of people think a solution to that is term limits, I think that would just make it worse. Honestly, I think that would make it worse.
Yeah, and the founders felt that as well. They had term limits under the Articles of Confederation.
Yep.
And they changed my mind on term limits as they wrote about why we removed it. Yeah.
Yeah.
They felt that it takes away the inducements to good behavior they talk about.
Yeah, I used to support term limits as well. Then I dug into the founding documents and everything too, and I'm like, that makes a lot of sense. And when you have a good representative, let's say we get the next James Madison or the next Thomas Jefferson, having them arbitrarily removed after 2 or 3 terms or whatever the limit is a shame, especially with our current system at play right now, where so few people truly understand the principles of the Constitution, that when you have that one who does,
you get a Thomas Massey, for example.
Yeah.
Who is a stalwart, courageous defender of liberty, even if he's the only one standing.
Yes.
He's rare.
Yeah, when you have that one, you have people that get upset with Thomas Massey for voting no and not going with the party lines and whatnot.
Yeah.
And they say, oh, we need term limits to get rid of him. Who are you going to replace him with? You're not going to replace him with another Thomas Massey. You're going to replace him with a Mitch McConnell.
Yeah.
And nobody likes
Mitch McConnell. This brings up another topic we often speak on, and that is the topic of movement right now to change the Constitution. whether it's for term limits or balanced budget amendment or whatever might sound good to the people. This idea of we need to have an Article 5 convention to change the Constitution. We have to change the Constitution in order to save it. Such absurd things like that. I'm going to, we just have a few minutes here. I'm going to call out Mark Levin. On my next slide here, I go into, this is something that was featured on Mark Levin's show 2 years ago. Can you see that?
Yep.
These are 2 screenshots from his show, June 5th of 2023. And notice the headline there, what Madison really said about holding a second convention. And with these on the screen, Mark Levin is promoting this idea of having an Article 5 convention, sometimes called the Convention of the State, and saying Madison even talked about this Article 5 convention. Are you able to bring it up?
Yeah, I have yours up.
Okay, awesome. And he lists all these names. He wrote letters to Edmund Randolph, Thomas Jefferson, Edmund Pendleton, and goes on, giving his audience the idea that Madison was really excited about this power the states have of the Article 5 convention, and we should use it. And you know, the one thing that Mark Levin never said is the headline there. What Madison really said in these letters. He never read anything from any of those letters. Because these letters were not James Madison endorsing and excited about an Article 5 convention. These were him warning of the dangers of an Article 5 convention. At the time, the Constitution had just been ratified, and the states were beginning to push for this Bill of Rights that we need to add to the Constitution. We're going to sign off on the Constitution, but you guarantee we're going to get a Bill of Rights. 2 states, New York and Virginia, submitted applications for an Article 5 convention for the Bill of Rights. And Madison said, oh, no, we don't want to do that. He starts writing letters warning of how dangerous it would be to have an Article 5 convention to propose the Bill of Rights. I'm going to share just a couple excerpts from some of those letters. This one's to Thomas Mann Randolph. Amendments ought to be undertaken by Congress, he says. It's the most safe method. He feels like if we have this Article 5 convention, it could be more dangerous. He said that the convention could be wholly abortive of the Constitution. You get what that's saying? We could totally get rid of the Constitution in an Article 5 convention, according to James Madison.
Yep.
The Constitution and the Union would both be endangered. At present, the public mind is neither sufficiently cool nor sufficiently informed for so delicate an operation as amending the Constitution through a convention. I'd say absolutely that applies today.
Yep, and I would say even more so today.
Yes.
Because in that time period, the people of the states and of the federal government, the new federal government, they all had basically the same principles for liberty. They wanted independence. They wanted a secured government.
They had much more common goals, especially to never repeat this King George tyranny we just had.
Yeah.
So they were united behind that goal.
Yeah, they had the same goals. They just had kind of different methods of achieving those goals. Some wanted a little more government. Some wanted a little less government. But even the most extreme, I want a little more government, like Alexander Hamilton.
Yes.
Hamilton, as an example, even as one of the extremities of I want a little bit more government, it was still an insanely limited government compared to what we have today.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
And when you look at that Convention of the States idea for today, the whole principle of the Convention of States, I'm against it for a little bit different reasons than you, but I used to be a supporter of it. The reason why I started being more opposed to it is I started looking at state level politics. And I'm like, these are the people that are going to choose the representatives or the delegates for the convention. These people are just as corrupt, if not more so, than the federal government. I'm not
like John Williams was saying.
Yeah.
Just before I came on, he's talking about how corrupt the state governments are as well. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean,
we've got problems here.
I'm not going to be the delegate at that delegation. Are you going to be a delegate at that delegation?
I guarantee they wouldn't choose me.
Exactly. And we risk a complete runaway from our Constitution if we had a Article 5 convention under these circumstances.
James Madison thought so.
Yeah, and
The best letter of all, though, I have to still share with you. This one to Thomas Jefferson. He wrote 5 of them to Thomas Jefferson, warning of the dangers of the Article 5 convention that could disrupt our Constitution. This one, he says, the friends of the Constitution are fixed in opposition to the risk of another convention. I'd say that describes you and me.
yeah,
Those who have opposed the Constitution, on the other hand, are zealous for a second convention. And then, even more nefariously, he says, it's equally certain there are others who urge a second convention with the insidious hope of subverting the Constitution just established, if not subverting the Union itself.
yep.
I love to pose this one to those promoting a convention and say, which of these 3 describes you? Are you a friend of the Constitution that's fixed in opposition to a convention? Are you one that's willing to risk its very future, that may subvert the Constitution? Because that is what James Madison, the father of the Constitution, felt. This convention has the power, as he said, of being wholly abortive of the Constitution.
Yep.
This is a dangerous idea, especially in today's political environment, like you're saying, where the states themselves have so much corruption, as well as just people that don't understand the Constitution enough to defend it. You get people like that going in, making changes to the Constitution. You cannot imagine it would be something that would be anything like what our founders gave us. I always ask this simple question. If we pull up the anchor of the U.S. Constitution and drift to the center of political thought today and reset the constitutional anchor there, would that move us closer to the views of Marx or Madison?
Definitely not Madison.
I always get that same answer.
Yeah.
I've asked it to thousands of people. I always get the same answer.
Yeah. So I'll ask you one last question before I let you go. Out of all of the principles that our founding fathers put into the Constitution, what would you say is maybe top 3 most important principles on the Constitution that should be applied to today?
Wow. That's a deep question.
It is. But
bring on me at the last minute here. I would point to a few of them that are some of the most important ones we're ignoring. And that we just talked about the militia, for example, and how that would totally change community by community. Another one that I would point to is Article 1, Section 10, Clause 1, which says that no state shall make anything but gold and silver coin a tender in the payment of debts. That outlaws the Federal Reserve currency. According to the Constitution, we are not legally allowed to be accepting anything but gold and silver coin within the states as currency. And the massive inflation we've seen over the last several years, for example, is totally to blame on the Federal Reserve creating new money out of thin air. I have one of the lectures in my lecture series goes into that in great depth. The power of the Federal Reserve to control a country by controlling its currency.
There is
that would be a huge one.
There's one thing I want to elaborate on that. And,
go ahead.
And after this, I'll let you go so we can get on to JR. So, when it comes to that, I would argue that the Federal Reserve is unconstitutional for a little bit of a different reason. Because the Constitution does give Congress money-making authority, but the Federal Reserve is not Congress. The Federal Reserve is a private entity that's controlling its own fate.
True. But I would also have to clarify that the only money-making power Congress was given was the power to coin money. And it was discussed in the 1787 convention, giving them the power to emit bills of credit, which was part of the Articles of Confederation, which is paper money.
Yeah.
And they intentionally removed that when creating the new Constitution. They took a line out of the Articles of Confederation, which was the power to coin money and emit bills, and they said, let's remove the emit bills part. Congress can only coin money, which is reference to gold and silver coinage. And even then, they can't delegate that power to a private entity such as the Federal Reserve. They were supposed to do that through the U.S. Treasury, which they did for a time.
Yep,
absolutely.
Well,
hey, good to be with you.
Yep, with that being said, thank you. Happy Constitution Day. I hope more people will look into the Constitution is the solution. Look more into the work that you do. Thank you for everything that you do, because it is essential to get people educated on the Constitution. That's the only way that we can hold our government accountable, is if we know how to. So, thank you for joining me today, Robert, and I will
Thank you,
try to
Jesse.
keep in touch.
Yep. Take care.
And our next guest, I'll be getting him on in just a second. His name is J.R. Carmen out of New Jersey. He is another strong constitutional advocate that has worked diligently to find, vet, and endorse constitutional candidates running for office. And he has also worked on educating others on the Constitution as well. And with further ado, JR, thank you for joining us today. How are you doing today?
Very good. It's a pleasure to be with you, Jesse. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, I can hear you just fine. I imagine our guests should be able to as well because the sound has streamed pretty solid so far today.
Good. Well, I appreciate you inviting me to participate.
So, all your work that you have done with candidates, I know you are. Are you still a part of the New Jersey Constitutional Republicans, or did you move on from that?
No, I'm the founder of the New Jersey Constitutional
Oh, okay.
Republicans, founded in January of 2017, primarily for two primary reasons. I created the group, which was to better educate our citizens on the civics, which we believe there's a great void in educating not only our youth but also our adults, and this has gone back decades, where civics has been primarily eliminated from our public education and from our institutes of higher learning, and also to reconnect or to maintain the connection that the Republican Party should have towards its to its greatest leader and greatest example, which would be Abraham Lincoln, and the foundations by which the party was created, which was the principles of the Declaration of Independence, which Lincoln articulated in arguing the cause for natural rights and natural law as being applied to the black enslaved people uh, prior to the Civil War. And the Declaration of Independence was normally the first platform in every single Republican Party convention, with the exception of 2024. So that was in 2017 that I created the group because I was very concerned about the direction the Republican Party is gone. And as constitutional Republicans, we distinguish ourselves from the current leaders of the I would say the hijacked Republican Party.
Yeah, I would call it the same thing. The book that I mentioned in the opening segment that I wrote, it's getting published right now. I speak to that. I speak to the original founding principles of the Republican Party, how all the way up through Calvin Coolidge, Ronald Reagan, we had a lot of focus on limited government, fiscal responsibility. We cannot spend ourselves into prosperity. We cannot tax ourselves into prosperity. Um, we have to follow the Constitution in order to preserve the rights and liberties of the people. And after Reagan, um, the GOP really started turning fast in the opposite direction. Um, and it most specifically started turning fast under George W. Bush. Because that's when we started getting the Patriot Act. That's when we started getting all kinds of surveillance, the NSA, and all these different departments and laws that really started restricting the people. And when we allowed the Republican Party to drift so much so fast, it lengthened the leash for the Democrats to do the same. When we kept ourselves controlled, we were also able to control the Democrats because they couldn't pull to an extreme because we held that leash tight. Now that we're not holding that leash, both dogs are running away and doing their own thing. Um, we need to pick the leash back up, bring them back close, bring them back to the Constitution. I always say when I'm criticizing uh, politicians on the Republican side of the aisle, I always get criticized. Oh, you're just another Democrat. Oh, you're just a liberal talking points and all these things, and that's not the case. What I'm trying to say is if we cannot hold ourselves accountable to the Constitution, how are you ever going to hold Democrats accountable to the Constitution? You become a hypocrite. You lose all of your legitimacy in your argument. If you want to criticize a Democrat for doing ABC, you can't do ABC. If you do ABC, you're doing the same thing as them. And one analogy I like to use is, let's say you're raising a child. You've got a teenage son or daughter. You're saying, hey, you shouldn't do this. But the moment you do it, well, why are you doing it then? You lose your legitimacy in saying why you should not do it. So,
And also, Jesse, what? No, I was just going to interject that what is very disappointing. I'm sure that you were probably influenced and encouraged by the Tea Party movement back in 2008 and 9, and then through the Obama years. But what has happened with the Tea Party movement, which was supposedly proclaimed to be constitutionally conscious, they've completely embraced the populism and the demagoguery now that has taken over the Republican Party.
I
I
would
had written an
say,
article that's
sorry, I'll
I
just
had written an
intersect.
article.
Yeah, I'll just intersect one quick thing on
Yeah,
your talk about the
you go
Tea
ahead.
Party.
Certainly.
I think one thing that happened with them was, like you said, the hijacked Republican Party. I think they saw the Tea Party as, oh, they're nothing. They're like what Obama said with ISIS. They're just junior varsity of politics. And when the Tea Party first formed, we had some great people come forward. We had Massey was a part of that. You had Rand Paul was a part of that. You had Justin Amash was a part of that, and you had a couple others. And when they had all of
True.
that quick
Yes.
initial success, the establishment I think went, "Oh crap, they're not junior varsity. They actually are. They're winning." And then they started pushing like the Paul Ryans into the Tea Party, like, oh yeah, I'm Tea Party, I'm gonna be limited government, constitutional, I'm Tea Party. But you get the Paul Ryans that ran under the Tea Party name because they were winning, and it got hijacked in the same way the Republican Party itself got hijacked. So now the Tea Party's been pushed into obscurity because it got hijacked by the Paul Ryans of the party.
Well, Jesse, I wrote an article predicated upon Lincoln's Lyceum address, where he warned, and of course, as we go back to the founders, their greatest apprehension for the future of the our democratic constitutional federal republic was populism and demagoguery, which
Yep.
is precisely what we embraced. But what I've seen is that the Tea Party, and Ted Cruz was part of the Tea Party.
Yep.
What I've seen them, they have embraced the authoritarianism. They've embraced the authoritarianism and the expansion of executive power rather than the checks and balances of the tripartite government that Madison gave us. They want the president to be more powerful. They
Yep.
the Pew Research polls, which are completely um, neutral, unbiased in their perspective, they show that the majority of registered Republicans in 2019 thought that the president should have more authority and could be given more power over the Congress. Now, of course, that's not constitutionalism.
Yep.
That's not the tripartite government that Madison gave us. So we've seen the Tea Party was essentially, many of them were fraudulent because they've embraced this idea of authoritarianism, of presidential immunity, of limiting free speech, which they do in turn. So we're really in a situation, Jesse, where it's very difficult to define what is conservative anymore. The word, the moniker conservatism now, it's very, very difficult to
I think I
distinguish and to
just lost
define
you.
that. And if I might just might
Give
say
me
that
one
you're,
second. Your
can you
audio
hear me
cut
now?
out.
Can you hear me now?
If
I'm showing that I have service.
there we go. Yep, you are back. So
Very good.
can you
Yeah, I
step
was just
back
I
just a
was just
minute?
going to say, Jess.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I just wanted to say, Jesse, that your previous guest who was on was talking about the dangers of a second constitutional convention. It's camouflaged in this convention of states, but where it really is a second constitutional convention. And there's nothing remotely conservative whatsoever about holding that position or for supporting the idea of a second constitutional convention. That is not a conservative position at all.
Yeah.
And there are many other reasons why I believe that it is a tremendous danger. And incidentally, many of the people who support the current leadership of the Republican Party, MAG and so forth, they support this idea of a second constitutional convention, which I have a video out on our YouTube channel expressing the dangers that are involved with such an idea. And so I just wanted to make that point that we have a hard time defining what conservative actually is anymore. It's almost it's almost indistinguishable from the conservatism of Ronald Reagan and Richard Nixon and Calvin Coolidge and Herbert Hoover
Yep.
and the men who you mentioned earlier.
Yep. I mean, I really like the analogy that my last guest, Robert Brown, used on if we were to have a constitutional convention now and have a whole new constitution, if we put it in the center of the political spectrum, would it be closer to Marx or closer to Madison? And that was a phenomenal example. We most certainly would not be closer to Madison, because both
Well,
sides of the aisle want big government
it's
right now.
true. Right. And Jesse, and yeah. So here's the other thing: is that, that lightning doesn't strike twice. You can't bottle lightning, and lightning doesn't come in a bottle. What happened in 1787 was extraordinary in all of the world's history. For one thing, a second constitutional convention would not have George Washington
All
presiding over
right, it looks like
number one, you
JR
would
just
not
had
have
a drop in his
Alexander
connection
Hamilton in
again.
attendance. You would not have James
I
Madison
will
in
try to get
attendance. You
him
would not
back
have
in just a
Benjamin
second.
Franklin. Uh, you wouldn't have any of these remarkable men. And Jesse, what it was is they understood human nature. Of course, that would be something that eludes many of the representatives and thinkers of today who deny that man even has
Hey,
a
JR,
human nature. So that
JR, you had dropped for about a minute and a half
yes,
there. You lost connection for about a minute and a half there.
okay,
So you were talking about
okay.
lightning
Am
not.
I back on now?
Yeah, you're back on now. You were talking about how lightning doesn't strike twice, and you said what happened in 1787, and then you dropped.
Yeah. So you wouldn't, for one thing, a second constitutional convention today would not have George Washington there to sit there and preside over, which was a tremendous influence on the ability of the delegates to debate and to deliberate and to come to compromise. That would just his presence alone was very, very important. And you wouldn't have a brilliant mind like James Madison presenting the Virginia plan to the convention. You wouldn't have Alexander Hamilton and his brilliance. You wouldn't have Roger Sherman there or Governor Morris. You wouldn't have all these remarkable men who all had a greater understanding, Jesse, of human nature and the depravity that comes with human nature and why the government would have to be created in such a way that it would offer checks and balances and that it would these three authorities, as they called them, would be offsetting each other to a degree. And that would be completely out of the thinking of anyone who would sit. And who would you appoint to a constitutional convention today? Who could possibly measure up to the men who gave us this Constitution?
Yeah,
And it's lasted for the 238 years. And of course, they were all historians, and they understood that democracies don't last long. Republics last a little longer. They went back to history to devise our government. And the reason that we have the problems isn't because of what they did, it's because what we have failed to do
hmm
in maintaining constitutionalism and abiding by the Constitution. Jesse, the people voted to ordain and establish the Constitution. The
Yep.
people today probably wouldn't vote to do that. They would probably say, well, this is what my president wants to do. This is what my political party wants to do, as opposed to the Constitution being ordained and established as the rule of law and setting up the structure of our government. We fail to maintain the structure of the government that the Constitution gives us with the tripartite system that Madison gave us. And it was brilliant.
Yep. It was.
And
It was
it
incredibly.
can't be duplicated.
Yeah, I would have to agree with you. I'm by no means opposed to some amendments to the Constitution. Like, I would love to see an amendment to the
Right.
Constitution, for example, on the Permanent Appropriations Act that was passed in 1929 and locked us at 435 representatives. Because as the
Yes.
Constitution currently says, that you cannot have more than one representative for every 30,000 residents. So
Mm-hmm.
the Permanent Appropriations Act is not unconstitutional. It just it diluted our representation so much that we now have one representative for every 800,000 people. One person, I'm sorry, cannot represent 800,000 people. I would love to see an amendment that says that a district can have no more than 100,000 residents, because then you have a floor and a ceiling. You cannot have more than one for every 30,000 residents. You cannot have less than one for every 100,000 residents. I think that is a fair standard, because one person for every 100,000 residents, you will have at most 49,000 people that are in disagreement with the representative. Right now, you can have up to 400,000 people that disagree with the current representative, and their voice is completely disenfranchised. They have no representation because of it, and that's not right. I would love to see the districts smaller. I understand why they passed that act. The congressional building cannot seat more than 435 representatives. We did not have cell phones. We did not have computers. We did not have the technology that we have today to have the infrastructure to support more than 435 people. If we were to have, I think I did the math, we'd have like 16,000 representatives if we had one for every 100,000 resident. If we had 16,000 representatives, we could figure out the logistics of it later. We could have 300, say, representatives in Congress, and the rest would still be in their state. They'd still be your next door neighbor that you could go down the street and say, hey, I want you to vote for this or vote against that. You don't have that right now. You have somebody 45 miles away from you, an hour away from you, that you would have to drive out to and be like, hey, I don't like this bill. And they have to funnel through
You make it.
thousands of emails.
It's a valid point, and you began this particular part of the conversation talking about there are good amendments, and there are. The 13th, 14th, and 15th amendments are just amendments and worked precisely as the founders would have intended. Now we've also had some unfortunate amendments, like the
16th
progressive
and
amendments
17th.
of the 16th.
Yeah.
The 17th was a disastrous amendment because it took the ability of the states away to send representatives that would be looking out for the interest of the particular states. And of course, the founders thought it was very important during the Constitutional Convention that there would be equal representation in the states, which is what the Senate provided, with 2 senators from each state, regardless of the size of the state demographically. Now, once that was eliminated, and it became a popular vote, the Senate is essentially has the same popular or national uh, aspect to it as the Congress, which is the House of Representatives, which was supposed to have the popular national interest in mind, but the states would remain in view with them sending their legislators from the House, from their state houses and from their state assemblies and their state legislatures. So that was a disaster, and it really affected federalism, which really uh, Ronald Reagan brought it back into vogue after FDR and the New Deal essentially really had a significant impact, a negative impact on federalism. But that's another problem we have today, Jesse, is the lack of federalism within our government, where the
Yep.
states don't have the ability, and they fail in many respects because they are electing people who are constitutionally illiterate regarding their state constitutions to begin with, let alone the national constitution.
Yep.
And in my estimation, you would ask the previous caller about what has to be done, or what do you think is the what do you think is the most dangerous aspect of where we stand in today's present situation? And I would say it's the lack of constitutional literacy from the people and those they elect. They're electing people who have no idea of what they've never even read it. They don't even read the Constitution. And then we have presidents who have no idea what it is that they're supposed to be swearing an oath to protect, preserve, and defend, which is what they do when they take the oath, as well as those who serve in the legislature. So, in my estimation, we have a civic education crisis that's led to all this because we think of the government being separated from us now. The government is separate from the people. Well, we, the people, have been electing these representatives, and we've been electing them, and we haven't held them to scrutiny and maintain and in insisting that they know and have read the Constitution,
Yep.
that they are constitutional scholars. Anyone who's holding a representative office should be. It shouldn't just be the courts and the judges. It should be everyone. The
Yep.
Constitution is there, and that's what today we want to remind the people: read the Constitution over and over and over. Become familiar. You don't have to be a lawyer to understand it. You don't have to be a judge to want to see that it is the rule of law in your particular state or in your county or in your community. So, in my
So
estimation, we have a, a, a great problem with the civic education crisis in this country
I would
about the
definitely agree.
Constitution.
I would definitely agree. And on that topic, I referenced this a couple times in the podcast now. I used to be an executive of the constitutional grassroots movement, and we would vet and endorse candidates. We'd have a questionnaire. And the process that we had is somebody would ask for an endorsement. We would send them the questionnaire. They'd fill it out. We would grade the questionnaire. And if it was a decent questionnaire, and I mean decent, like they have to score like 85 to 90% or better to really get considered. Because we wanted a high standard. We didn't want to lower our standard for okay, well let's just see if we can get somebody elected. We wanted a high standard. Um, After they put together a decent questionnaire, we would bring them in for questioning, like a little one-on-one interview or a group. It'd be a group of us, but we'd interview them. And one of the questions I would always ask is if you have a bill that you are considering voting for, what conditions are there that you would vote for? Like, what's the first question you'd ask yourself? The answer I'm looking for in that is it constitutional? Um, and if they answer in that direction, they're on my good side right away. But there would be a lot of questions after that too. Like, okay, would you say that this is constitutional? Would you say that that's constitutional? We'd go through it a little bit and judge their answers doing that. And after the interview, we discuss among ourselves in the executive core, deciding, okay, are we good with this guy? And we had received hundreds of questionnaires every election, and the election that we had the most endorsed candidates was only seven. We had seven candidates. We had three from the state of Washington because I was the grassroots of Washington State at that time. I was finding candidates and educating candidates and got them to take the questionnaires and get endorsed. Um, and we had two from Missouri, where I currently live. We had two from Missouri at that time. We had Rick Coombs, who was running for governor, and we had Robert Smith, who was running for I can't remember if it was a state house or U.S. House position, but we had seven candidates that year, and that's the most we had ever endorsed because we had such high standards. Um, and I think that is the first question that anybody in politics, whether state level or federal level, needs to ask themselves. If you have a bill, piece of legislation that you are considering voting for or signing, is it constitutional? If there is anything in that bill that is unconstitutional, you need to push it back to be amended or just vote no.
Agreed. And similar to what you did with the vetting of these candidates, Jesse, I was asked to sit on a conservative board a couple of years ago where we were vetting New Jersey state candidates. And I was always asked to present the state constitutional question. And none of the candidates, regardless of whether they're running for assembly, state senate, as freeholders, as gubernatorial candidates, they could not answer the questions. The other thing I wanted to, the other I wanted to remark that just this past, we're having a gubernatorial election this year in New Jersey. I had asked all of the Republican candidates to join me for a conversation on the state constitution. And I only received one reply back from the eventual winner who said that he really wouldn't be able to. I actually sent all of the candidates the questions predicated on the state constitution, breaking it down to about 20 questions from the state constitution. I didn't hear back from three of the candidates, and the eventual winner said that he would like to talk to me, but he really wouldn't be equipped to answer these particular questions.
If you're not
So
equipped to
if the
answer those
people,
questions, how can you be a governor? Oh man.
well,
he
you see,
basically
you see
admitted.
here, you see,
Oh,
right. So Jesse, what's happening is the people are normally they're settling for the lesser of two evils.
yes,
But
yes,
the problem is they're both evil in the respect that if they swear an oath, which the founders took very, very seriously,
yes.
today it's a mockery. But if you swear an oath to protect, to preserve, and defend the Constitution, you better know thoroughly what it is you're protecting, preserving, and defending.
Yep,
It's impossible to govern. It's impossible to. The purpose of government is predicated upon the structure of the state constitution and our national constitution. Now, if we don't have a familiarity with that, if the people, the voters don't, how are they going to be able to critique the candidate
yep,
who they're asked to vote for? The problem is that we're settling for candidates that are woefully constitutionally illiterate. And that is why we have the dysfunction. That is why we have the problems that we do. The founders knew that it would be imperative for the people to be educated. And they were far more educated, Jesse. The people who lived in the colonies in 1787 and 89 were far more educated than those who exist in this day, even with all the advances in technology. It's because they read the newspapers, they read the Bible, they read information, and they were keenly aware and they were very, very suspectful of anyone running for office if they even showed any inkling of wanting to do it for power or wanting to do it for authority. They were very apprehensive of that. So they assured and they wanted to make sure that their representatives were constitutionally illiterate because it's the Constitution that protects our rights, not the representative, not
yep,
the president. The courts are there to interpret the Constitution, but the Constitution is what protects our natural rights.
yep. And I think there's one other huge factor at play with why the colonists were far more literate on these issues. What was one of the biggest reasons why the United States grew so fast? It's because people were fleeing religious persecution, political persecution, the constant wars of Europe. They were saying, enough is enough. We have a land of opportunity and freedom. We're going to move to America where we have this promised land of opportunity and freedom. And when it came to the Constitution, it secured that safety net, that protection from religious persecution and political persecution and everything else that was happening constantly in Europe. And it continued happening far after the United States was formed. It kept happening all the way up until World War One and World War Two, where you had religious and political persecution. And you still get some political persecution. You don't get as much religious persecution in Europe, but you still to this day have many of those issues that people left Europe for happening in Europe because they don't have the protections that we have. And the problem now is, like you said, nobody's reading the newspapers like they used to. Nobody really digs in deep. They just see the headlines and they go, "Oh yeah, that happened," but they don't know anything about what happened. But I think the biggest problem, and this goes a little bit to the education system as well, but I think the biggest problem is we have become so comfortable in our liberties that we don't realize how precious they are. Because you have people that still to this day, people that come here to this country to get away from the political persecutions of Central America, South America, Europe, Asia, and elsewhere. They're coming here for those same liberties that people came here for in the 1700s and 1800s. They understand why it's important. That's why Cubans voted for Trump, because they see him as the lesser of two evils when it comes to big government socialism and communism, because they see the Democrats are pushing for exactly what they fled from. And here now we have so many people comfortable in their liberties that they don't realize how precious those liberties are.
There's no question about it. And look back, of course, the influence of progressivism, beginning with Woodrow Wilson, and then being manifest through with FDR, and then even uh, escalating exponentially in government in the progressive ideals of Wilson and FDR with LBJ, and then essentially right on through, as you said, after Reagan with both parties. Reagan was the one respite that we can look to, going back to Coolidge, connecting him with Coolidge and the idea of federalism, states' rights, limited government. But the influence of Wilson in the idea of a living and evolving constitution predicated on Darwin rather than the founders looking to the science of Newton and the idea of gravity and the checks and balances and the solar system and the way it worked. They set up our constitution very similar to that, with the checks and balances and the three authorities of government. But the influence of Wilson, and then of course we still live in the New Deal era, where the president has been given these greater powers. They're predicated upon emergent powers. So when there's emergencies, presidents have more authority and more power. But the idea that civic education took a turn in a wrong, really took, it was eliminated as a result of Sputnik. The Russians reaching space before we did in the 50s. The, our educators started to believe that we needed to teach our children more science and math. And civics became marginalized in many respects in that regard. So now it's STEM. Now everything's looked at as STEM: science, technology, environment, and mathematics. And again, civics isn't there to teach the people, what their rights are, which is what civics is. The definition of civics is teaching people what their rights are and how to participate in a civil society,
Yep.
meaning their participation within their local government and within their states and within the nation. And that aspect has been long. Now the mentality of the voter is, well, I'm going to elect that person. We're going to just let him go to Washington, or we're going to let him go to Trenton, or we're going to let him go to the steakhouse, and they're going to do. There's no accountability because the people aren't educated in civics. They're not. They don't understand what the purpose of government is to begin with, which is to protect rights, to protect natural rights, and that's what the Constitution was created to do. So the civic education crisis, and in my estimation, Jesse, Trump, uh, Biden, doesn't matter which side you look at, these these candidates are an example of the civic education crisis we've had in this nation. So, settling for the lesser of two evils, and it can't be done anymore. We've run out of the ability to do that.
Yeah, we're
We
definitely out of
without
time on that.
constitutionalism, we're doomed.
Yeah, we're definitely out of time on that. I would say as well, because we're at a point where we are becoming so dependent on government that government can take. Uh, I'll say it this way: if you give government the power to give you everything you want, government also has the power to take everything you want away. And our founding fathers didn't want that. They were staunchly opposed to that, because if you have a limited government that only serves the purpose of protecting the rights and the nation itself, like in Robert's education course where he presented everything, like these are the general welfare clauses, these are the powers of the general welfare, these are the powers of the protection clause, um, the national defense. You cannot add to that list without an amendment to the Constitution. Anything that you try to do beyond that is unconstitutional. Madison in the cod fishery debates was like,
Correct.
you you, you seem to think that just because of the application of money, Congress has the power of the purse over the issue. But that's not the case. Congress only has the power of the purse over the enumerated issues. You can't just throw a new issue at it and say, oh, hey, well, it requires money, so let's do it. If you're going to make that argument that, hey, it requires money, so let's do it, then you could take education into the hands of the federal government. You could take religion into the hands of the federal government. And everyone at that time was like, no, you can't do that. And Madison's like, that's my point. You can't do that. You can't just because it has the application of money, you can't just throw money at it. It is not in the authority of the federal government unless you amend the Constitution. And I mentioned with Robert on the legal system. I did a little bit of research on the laws of the federal government, and with our bloated bureaucratic branch, our fourth branch of government that shouldn't exist, um,
Administrative state.
the administrative branch that we have, it's a very terrifying number. So Robert pointed out in Article 1, Section 1 of the Constitution, all legislative power belongs to a Congress. And the Congress is to consist of the House of Representatives and the Senate. So all legislative powers belong to Congress. So in my research, I found that 90% of all federal laws and regulations are not passed by Congress. So all standing laws and regulations, only 10% have been passed by Congress. 90% are passed by the alphabet agencies, the FDA, the EPA, everything. And many of those laws and regulations have the force of law. Well, that's not what the Constitution says.
Correct.
The Constitution says all legislative powers belong to Congress. And this is where Woodrow Wilson and FDR, I believe, I believe they put the nail in the coffin of the Constitution, and we need to revive it from there. Because Woodrow Wilson, he wanted expediency. He wanted expert opinion. He didn't want the farmer to vote on technological issues. He didn't want the scientist to vote on
Correct.
agricultural issues. I understand his mentality, but there's a reason why we don't have that. Now, there's nothing to say in the Constitution that you can't have those experts come testify to Congress, say, hey, this is why we need or want this. And then Congress vote, yeah, okay, this guy's an expert. I think he has reason to believe what he believes. Let's vote on it. Let's see if this is necessary or not by vote. And something that's nice about my idea of the constitutional amendment for the using technology and boosting the size of Congress again so that we have better representation, it would be easier to hold our representatives accountable to that, and you would be able to have some seats available for those experts to be like, hey, you're talking about this topic, this is my topic, this is why I think you should be for or against this bill. And you'd have those expert testimonies. You'd have room for them to be in Congress to give those expert testimonies. And then you'd vote on it.
That's right. Yep. And Jesse, something that I discuss a lot here in New Jersey and with our constitutional Republican audience is the fact that the omnibus bills should be eliminated.
They should not.
They should be done away with.
Yep.
There should be a constitutional amendment that one appropriation at a time. A vote will be given on one expenditure at a time, as opposed to making the hot dog, shoving everything in these unbelievable omnibus bills, all sorts of different expenditures. The people don't have the representatives don't have the time to read and to grasp the enormity of the expenditures. It would be very simple to go back, and of course you have the lobby industry that's influencing a lot of this, but the representatives, in my estimation, you talk about the representation, the number of representatives, and I agree with you on that, but I also believe that we should have a constitutional amendment that assures only one appropriation at a time. They vote on one expenditure at a time. If it takes longer, so what? It should promote debate. It should promote deliberation, which doesn't happen anymore in the legislative branches. There should be debate. There should be deliberation, and it should be one appropriation at a time, or at the very least, expenditures that are directly related with one another, not funding an environmental agency and then attempting to fund a military endeavor in creating and improving our ability to wage war or to defend the United States. Like these omnibus bills just shove everything in at once, and they're designed, Jesse, to satisfy special interests, and that's a big problem, because it should be the public interest should be what is primary and predominant in the thinking of our representatives, rather than special interests. One appropriation at a time is vital. Eliminate omnibus bills.
And another nice thing, if we had one appropriations at a time, is you could actually line item the appropriations. We're having for the Department of Defense, for example, for the military budget, currently $1 trillion. Back when Obama was president, I can't find this research again. I wish I could. Maybe they just obsoleted it and deleted the information. I don't think they did it nefariously. I think it's just old information, so they don't publish it anymore. But I was looking into some of the military budget, and we still have programs on the books, or at least we did during Obama's administration. We still had programs on the books from World War One. Those are obsolete as hell. I mean, there's no reason to have those. We probably still have them. Where we're still sending money to some World War One program that we don't use, don't need. Who's pocketing that money? Who's getting that laundered money in their pocket? Because there's no way that's legitimate money anymore. If you had line item
Correct.
appropriations for the Department of Defense, you could keep that same budget of $1 trillion or even lower it and still upgrade our military by eliminating the
Yeah.
waste that is no longer necessary in the budget. A lot of our budget, we don't need to increase the budget, we just need to reappropriate the budget. Hence the name of an appropriations bill. Where are we sending our money? If you had that line item
And then
scenario, you could say, okay, we don't need this World War One program anymore. Let's kick that out. We just saved $100 million or $100 billion. We don't need that program anymore. Well, what are we going to do with that $100 billion? Let's upgrade our tanks. Let's upgrade our aircraft, or let's pay off our debt. Let's put that $100 billion to debt payment. We could actually do that, and I've done the math on that too. Like, when it comes down to our budget and our ridiculous spending, if we just had a constitutional government and didn't throw money at this, that, and your mother and everything else, then we could pay off our debt at our current tax levels in about 40 years, 30, 40 years. It's still a long time. It would be a little bit painful, but at least we would be able to get our inflation under control. We'd be able to get our debt under control. We'd be able to free up our interest payment debt down to have that be spent on other necessities. Because the fact that our interest on our debt is over $1 trillion now is in of itself absurd. That means 1/6 of our current expenditure is on interest for our debt. That's horrible.
right, and along with the necessity of one appropriation at a time, Jesse, comes the restoration of presenting a budget, which has been completely forgotten and has been done away with within the legislature. And the idea of the president submitting the budget, the founders thought that the president should make suggestions.
Yeah.
The president should be busy enforcing the laws of the legislature, and the legislature should be running the fiduciary responsibility of the legislature should be in formulating the budget and then maintaining the budget and finding ways to enter surpluses. We talked about Calvin Coolidge. Well, his administration was the last administration that left the federal government smaller than when he took over.
Yep.
And that's because he cut, and that's something that people don't talk about anymore. The idea of eliminating all of these unnecessary appropriations.
He
If
had a
it's
surplus.
not, if the federal government, that's right, he had a surplus, and he brought in Mellon, Secretary of Treasury Mellon. He put together a great draft that was very, very fiscally and had great fiscal responsibility. But the idea of the one appropriation will only work if you have a budget that says you have so much that you can spend, and then you can't be in debt. And this is why we have the $1 trillion of debt. The Congress should run the business of government the way you and I run our households in maintaining a budget and maintaining savings. It seems almost impossible, but the idea of special interest and the omnibus spending, that would have to be eliminated to begin with. But it almost seems like it's an impossible task. But it's because of the irresponsibility of the people in electing people who are incompetent and who are unknowledgeable and constitutionally illiterate on what their responsibilities are. You mentioned the enumerated responsibilities of the Congress. Well, I don't think many people believe that the president even has enumerated responsibilities, let alone the Congress, that he can do whatever he wants. And of course, Wilson and FDR and LBJ had a lot to do in influencing that. But the idea is bring back the budget process, propose a budget, and stick to it, and come in with a surplus and stop the spending, eliminate all undiscretionary spending. It's only got to be what's necessary.
Yep. Yep. I fully agree. It is so out of hand right now. So one thing I'm wanting to ask you, and I've been meaning to ask this to everyone, but the conversations just kind of go down rabbit holes. Um, with today being Constitution Day, what do
Mhm.
you think would happen if there was more emphasis put on Constitution Day as a nation?
Well, I know that there have been some fine scholars who I've known, like Dr. Gordon Lloyd, Pepperdine University, Dr. Robert George at Princeton, some outstanding conservative scholars, Dr. Sakenga at Ashbrook University, the the, the Ashland University, the Ashbrook program. And we even see back in the Reagan administration, great constitutional minds like Scalia. All of these men have talked about the necessity of of restoring constitutionalism. There's a man who was teaching out, I believe it may have been New Mexico State. His name is Jack Marini, and he wrote an article that you can look up online called the abandoning the abandonment of constitutionalism, which talks about the influence of the administrative state. But it talks about the fact that what we've already discussed, that the people, if the people are not familiar with the Constitution, how are they expected to vote for representatives that will be obedient to the Constitution? And before that, even knowing about the Constitution. And what alarms me, Jesse, the most about what's happening in the current state of affairs is the founders, the men that we've been talking about who devised the Constitution, Madison and Washington and Hamilton and all the great men that were part of the Constitutional Convention. They had a lot of faith in the American people, the people at that time, to do what was right.
Yep.
I don't know if we can. I don't know if that's possible right now. I don't know if the founders could come back and see the dysfunction, the divisiveness, the division, the partisanship, the polarization. I don't believe that they would say that these people, I don't believe they would have faith in the people to make the right decision. They believe that the people would ratify the Constitution in 1789. That's why they wrote the Federalist Papers, Madison, Hamilton, and Jay, to convince the voters of New York that this is the right way to go. This is a superior, this is work that's well done, and it's something that you can ordain and establish, which is what they voted to do, to be your rule of law. They had great faith in the people to make the right decision. I I don't have that faith in the American people to be able to do that, to be honest with you. And uh, I don't mean to sound like Doctor Doom is one of my favorite villains, but in my estimation, the people do not have the capacity right now to maintain this republic and this democratic constitutional federal republic, which is the accurate description of our type of government, with the Constitution, of course, being the rule of law within that government.
Yeah, it's sad. I have kind of the same belief in a sense. Like, as we stand right now, and the proof is in the pudding. Uh, each president from both sides gets progressively worse every time right now. And
Yes,
and
exponentially worse.
with that being said, like, we lower the bar, we lower the standard every single time, every single election, and it's all
Yep,
because we have
correct.
to keep the Democrat out of power. We have to keep the Republican out of power, and then both sides whine and complain when the other side is in power. And then because they spend the entire
Mhm.
4 years whining and complaining about the other party being in power, they pull to a further extreme. Because they're like, oh, the Republicans did all of this, all of these bad things while they were president. So we're going to put our person in to just reverse all of that and go further. And then the Republicans do the same thing. Oh, the Democrats did all of these bad things while they were in office. So
Mhm.
we're going to pull further this way and get them back. We're going to get back at them. And that's where I always again I go back and I say, think about what happens when you give your guy all of this authority to get back at the Democrats. The
Mhm.
Democrats will have that same power if they get back in office. And people, like, they
That's
act like,
right.
oh, they'll never get back in office. We have it. We're winning right now. right now. Yeah, you're winning right now. But the harder you pull and the harder you push, the harder they will pull and the harder they will push. And they will eventually get back in office and they'll have all that same power that you just granted to your party, and they're going to use that against you. A perfect example of that was uh, when the Obama administration had the IRS targeting conservative institutions. And and then we turned around and kind of started doing the same junk back to them. You look at the January 6th riots when Biden got elected. What did the Democrats do? They bypassed due process, and you had a whole bunch of conservatives and especially constitutionalists saying, "Yeah, some of these people are guilty of violating the law. Yeah, they some of these people probably should be sent to jail, but you're bypassing due process. Some of these people should not be held for the length of time that you're holding them. Some of them should not be sitting in a jail cell without a trial." And then Republicans get back in power, and what do? They skip due process on illegal immigration. Yeah, we need to get immigration under control. 100% we need to get immigration under control. But we have to do it by following the Constitution. If we don't follow the Constitution, we're just going to, again, give that power right back to the Democrats to abuse the same way we do. And it goes back to what I said earlier.
Right.
If we can't hold ourselves accountable to the Constitution, we're never going to be able to hold a Democrat accountable to the Constitution. I've been a Republican my entire life. I've been a constitutionalist since I was 17 years old. I've studied extensively. I've learned through my years. I love what our founding fathers aimed to achieve and what they successfully achieved. What I don't love is seeing we the people ignore all of those accomplishments and throw it out the window, because we're not damaging anybody but ourselves. Even if we don't feel that pain right away, all we're doing is damaging ourselves, because we are doing this to ourselves.
Right. Right. And Jesse, just let me conclude by saying that you're talking about the dysfunction of the political parties, along with warning us about populism, government based on emotion and anger and passion, populism and demagoguery that takes advantage of that populism, which now has completely taken over the Republican Party and has the Democratic Party
Yep.
essentially prior, is the fact, Jesse, what they talked about was the danger of faction.
Yep.
And
Very good
Madison
topic.
used the word faction in Federalist 10. Faction, he uses it synonymous with the word party. Faction and party meaning the same thing. Of course, George Washington was exasperated by the faction within his own administration between Jefferson and Hamilton, which is essentially where the two political parties began, with the Federalists and the Anti-Federalists. But they warned about the dangers of faction. Now, throughout the history after the founding era, political parties served served a purpose, and they served many good purposes. They served us very well, essentially for around 200 years. But now, with the dawning of the 21st century, the political parties, in my estimation, no longer are useful at all. They have completely they have used up their effectiveness because of their polarization. Because now it's right it's team the color red versus blue. Now it's team blue versus team red, and it's not predicated on principles and ideas anymore. Now it's become a tribal sport. It's almost like a blood sport now between the political. In my estimation, the political parties now are both a failure, and
I
no
agree.
greater evidence of that, Dusty, is in the candidates that they are giving us to vote for in national, state, and local elections. There's the proof of the failure right there, that they're
Yep.
not able to give us constitutionally literate and capable candidates. The political parties are both collapsed in the
Yep.
21st century.
Yep. I am in complete agreement with that. I mean, on that topic of factions, and it's a fantastic topic too. Like the founding fathers, man, they were so wise beyond their years. They were so wise. They
Yes.
I don't remember which Federalist Papers number it was, but Madison in the Federalist Papers, he was talking about
Mhm.
there's no way to eliminate factions. It's impossible. You'll never be able to eliminate factions
Mhm.
because in doing so, if you eliminate factions, you eliminate liberty. So the only way to preserve liberty and maintain liberty from factions destroying it is to control factions. And he doesn't mean in the sense
Correct.
of like restricting their right to free speech or anything. He means as
Right.
in give them nothing to fight for. If the
Mhm.
factions have nothing to fight for,
Federalist
yeah.
Federalist 10, Jesse.
So it's the same one you quoted. Okay, yeah. So
Yep.
he says give them nothing to fight for. If they have nothing to fight for, factions will never be powerful enough to suppress or harm others. Because if you have nothing to fight for, you have no power to gain, then
Mhm.
what's the point of fighting? So they divided up our government into the tri-state, like you said. You got the House, the presidency, and or the Congress, the presidency, and the judiciary. And you could even say
Right.
you could even
Tripartite.
say a quad state if you really want to, federal versus state at that point, the states. Um,
Correct.
you have all
Yes.
these you have all these different states, the checks and balances against it, so that each faction or each section of government, Congress would be jealous of its powers. It would never give those powers to the executive, never. And then they did, and now 90% of the laws are done by the executive branch in the administrative state. But the intent was if you don't let anybody gain enough power to abuse, then nobody will want to have that power because they won't have anything to abuse. And now we
That's
have
right.
so much centralized power at the federal government that everyone's competing
Mhm.
for that federal power. And then you have Congress not even doing half of its job and just saying, okay, the executive can deal it. Let's just pass it on to
Yeah.
the FDA, the EPA, the whatever other department you want to mention. They'll do it for us. That's too much work for us. And and now everyone's able to just fight for a centralized power, abuse it, create animosity, create the division that we have today, all the infighting, and
Yep.
and all of it comes
And
down to us
Jesse,
not
you
knowing
you
better.
and Jesse, you touched upon we've discussed essentially now the four dangers that the founders had, which was populism, demagoguery, faction. And you've already touched on the fourth and the last one, and that was the tyranny of the majority.
Yep.
And you just said now when these political parties come into power, they think they have unlimited power.
Yep.
And that the minority has no say or no right. I remember Obama saying, well, if you want to change things, win elections. Well, that's the same mentality that MAGA has and the hijack Republican Party has now, the tyranny of the majority. And the founders devised the executive office in Article 2 of the Constitution that, and Washington personified this as well as Lincoln, is that they were there to protect the minority interest over the tyranny of the majority. That's what the veto power was given in that regard to the president, who is there to be able to quell or cool down the passions of the legislature, the Congress. The Senate was there to also be a cooling and a quelling of the passions, being there 6 years, men who are to be learned and to be very constitutionally literate and to exercise wisdom and deliberation and lawmaking. So we've nailed the four dangers that we see now in present day or in our present day nation that the founders warned us against. And you just touched on the idea of the tyranny of the majority, along with demagoguery, populism, and the spirit of party.
Yep. And um, something else that's always gotten me about it is you look at the way we pass legislation now, even when Congress is passing legislation, the way we do it is we just try to ram it through as fast as possible. Ram it through as fast as possible.
Yes.
If we're not letting the
Yep.
bureaucracy do
No
it,
deliberation.
yeah, if we're not letting the administration and bureaucracy do it for us, we're still just ramming it through quickly. Our founding fathers were very, very articulated on the fact that they did not want rapid legislation. They did not want rapid change. They wanted everything to be well thought out. They wanted everything to be well debated. Let's make sure we need this. What are the pros and cons of this? Are the pros outweighing the cons? Are there cons at all? What are the cons? What are the perceived threats going forward? But yeah, I mean, they had all of these issues at hand where they're thinking, we don't want rapid change, because if you have rapid change, then you're going to have rapid reactionary change. And that lays right into what we're having right now. That goes into what I was saying earlier. Everything a Republican does, a Democrat is going to have a reactionary plan to. Everything a Democrat does, a Republican
Correct.
is going to have a reactionary plan to. And they're all just pushing and pulling
Correct.
back and forth as hard and fast as they can.
Yep.
Instead of having debate. Okay, let's actually debate what's going on in this country. Why do you want this? Why do you think this is good? Okay, well, this is why. This is the problems we foresee if you push this. And then when those problems happen,
Right.
the opposite parties, I told you this was going to happen. And now they're fighting. Again and again and again. And it's on repeat over and over and over again.
Right. So what has happened now is that the aspirations of the political party now have replaced the common good for all.
Yep.
And the founders, and this is why Washington was so apprehensive of faction, and that he had hoped that everyone would be constitutionalists, everyone would be federalists, if you will, and that there would not be this idea that a particular group, and Madison understood this as he talked about in Federalist 10, and he had anticipated a large republic, a republic that would grow. And of course, at that time, we had 13 states, but they fully anticipated further westward expansion that would eventually culminate in a country that existed from the Atlantic to the Pacific Ocean, a huge, vast republic where Madison said these special interest groups would sort of cancel each other out because of the geographic distance between them. There wouldn't be this ability to unify to a degree where this a tyrannical will of the majority would take over. But today, that the idea of the common good of society, what is applicable, what is good for the whole of society, now has been replaced by special interests and by particular party interests.
Yep.
And this is exactly what the founders warned against, that would be divisive and would lead to disunion.
Yep. Yep. We are kind of echoing the times of the early Civil War. We have the division in this country in the same sense that we had in the Civil War now, and I don't want it to come to that. That's why I'm involved in politics. That's why even though politics can be incredibly frustrating, you can deal with some really stupid people, just to be blunt, and some people that make you just want to hit your head against the wall and just be like, why do I do this? But I still have a love of this country, of the Constitution, what this nation stands for. Even though our political parties have lost their ways, I know what this country represents. And I know a lot of the world still understands what the country itself represents, but the leadership itself is corrupt. What this country represents is a land
Right.
of liberty, freedom, and opportunity. And if we can get back to our roots, we can eliminate the debt, we can have liberty, we can have prosperity, we can have high education, we can have our freedoms to do and say what we want and need without the fear of repercussion, so long as we're not harming another person. We can go back to the philosophy of if there's no victim, there's no crime. We don't need more than that, especially at the federal level. We don't need more than there's no victim, there's no crime at the federal level. The states can regulate a little bit more extensively if they feel it's necessary in whatever field they want, but we don't need more than that at the federal level. And if we can go back to that, I mean, I'll even there's so many angles to go at with this. Our topic of immigration. One of the reasons why we on the Republican side get frustrated with the illegal immigration is because it creates tax loopholes, it creates tax evasion, it creates lost opportunities for jobs for ourselves. And one of the things that would fix that is making it so that the immigration system isn't such a pain in the ass to get here too. My wife is from Honduras. I love my wife. I love her family.
Mm-hmm.
My wife is a U.S. resident now, legal U.S. resident, and we pay our taxes. We work legally, and even she agrees that like having to pay the amount of taxes that we do, and others not being able to. She knows that many of those that are here illegally, they would like to be here legally, and it's just such a pain in the ass to do it. It costs us probably about $3,600-ish to get her through the process and everything to become a legal resident. That, in our financial terms, isn't too bad. But when you're talking about somebody trying to come from Honduras to make a life for themselves in the land of opportunity, the land of freedom, to get away from their corrupt government systems, we're talking about a year and a half worth of annual salary for somebody there to be able to come up here. And I would like to have some kind of case by case standard. And I think the way to do that is what is, say, the $3,600 of U.S. GDPC. Let's actually look that up real quick. I'm going to pull that information up. U.S. GDPC. So the average annual income of the United States of last year is 82,000.
Should be 50,000. Oh, it's 82.
Yeah, 82,000 apparently
It went
for
up.
the annual GDPC, which says it's a 6% increase from 2022.
Right.
So I'll just round down to 82,000 for easier math. So 82,000 divided by 6,300, that's... No, I did that wrong.
So Jesse, if I may, while you're formulating your calculation here, if I may say that you're right about the fact that it is a very arduous process for well-meaning and deserving people
Yes.
to come to this country. Now, those who are oppressed religiously and are seeking asylum, that's another situation. Both situations, whether it's through asylum or someone seeking to become a United States citizen, there should be a very, very, there should be scrutiny in vetting these people. And this, of course, was a consideration that the founders and even Thomas Jefferson talked about the importance of people coming to this country to partake in liberty and freedom and justice, not bringing the oppressiveness and the tyranny from the countries that they're coming from. So the first thing is, and people like your wife, and there are many outstanding, millions of outstanding Americans who were not born in this country, who've come here because they love liberty and they love freedom, and they've gone about it the right process. The legal process should be made so that it can be accomplished, so that there isn't this there isn't the necessity of in many people's thinking of having to do it illegally or coming here illegally.
Yep, yep. So I have the calculations now. So 3,600 of the
But just let me
annual.
finish. Just let me say,
Oh, sorry,
okay.
your screen froze up for a second, so I thought you were done.
No. I just want no. No. Before you go on to that, I just want to say that along with the importance of the vetting process and assuring that genuine freedom and liberty-loving people come to this country from whatever nation in the world, the fact is that um, through the laws of naturalization that the Congress
Looks like we
passes,
dropped
there
JR
needs to
for a
be
second
penalty.
again. He
And in
is
that case,
rejoining the
it does
podcast
mean
right now.
deportation.
So if you give me just a second. All right, it looks like JR is back. Yeah, sorry about that. That's why I ended up
Yep,
accidentally
very good.
interrupting you earlier.
It's
So
okay. No, that's fine. I just wanted to say that with making it easier for well-meaning and people, sincere lovers of liberty, who want to become American based upon the American ideal. At the same time, there has to be stringent punishment for those who come here illegally, and
yes,
that has been or abrogated largely because of one amnesty after another. So it's created this culture of lawlessness that, oh, we can just go to the United States and we'll just be grafted in. That's not right either. And but now the big push is
we lost him
deportation.
again.
Well, the law deportation has been written on the
All
U.S.
right,
Code law for
give
many
me
many
just a
years.
second to get him back in the podcast one more time. Okay, for anyone still watching or any new viewers that have joined us, while we wait for JR to get back on, please feel free to like, follow, subscribe on Rumble and on YouTube. Um, this is a first episode of We the Podcast, hoping to try and make this actually into something educational, something productive to get people aware of the Constitution, how it applies to current events. And today is Constitution Day, so I made a large special event as a kickoff for the podcast. Bunch of great guests today, and it looks like JR just made it back on, so I'll let him continue what he was saying.
Jesse, what's the name of your YouTube channel?
The YouTube channel is We the Podcast. If you're looking it up, it will be We underscore.
We the podcast.
Yeah, it'll be We underscore the underscore podcast on YouTube.
Okay, very good. To make sure that all the listeners are aware of that. But I was just saying that as far as the illegal immigration process or the predicament, it's largely been a result of the amnesties that we've given, creating this lawlessness. But it's been the responsibility of every single administration prior to this
Yep.
administration to deport illegals, and they failed to do that. The rules of naturalization are created by Congress. The president's chief responsibility is to enforce the laws created by Congress, not to make his own.
Yep.
And we failed to do this, and now the chickens have come home to roost. And Trump is attempting to do this, but he's doing it in a divisive way, as opposed to saying the rule of law needs to be enforced. He didn't do it the first administration.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it just continues on and on and on. We need to enforce the rules of naturalization, but make it so that people like your wife can come to this country and it's not as arduous.
Yeah.
They're vetted, they're proven that they love liberty and they want to participate in a civil government, and they should become Americans. They should be citizens, to be
Yeah.
given citizenship.
Yeah. So here's the math behind what I was doing earlier. So with the United States, $3,600. That's including our uh, legal fees. So the attorney and everything. That's including legal fees. So the application plus legal fees was approximately $3,600. That is 4.39% of the annual GDPC of the average salary in the country. And I feel like you could round it up to 5%, for example, just a flat number if you really wanted to. And you could look at the annual GDPC of Honduras. You could look at the annual GDPC of Korea. You could annual GDPC of Germany, and apply that 5% standard to those countries. And there's your entrance fee to this country, or your application fee to this country. Yes, you'd have to pay out of pocket for the rest of it, for like the attorney fees or whatever other fees. But if you made the expense of it that much easier, just 5% of Honduras, 5% of Honduran GDPC, if I remember correctly, it was only like $75 US. Like it's next to nothing in US dollars. And while we would not be getting a lot of money from it, we would, however, be getting legitimate people coming here. And yes, they would have that background check. They would have that health screening, making sure they're not bringing measles or whatever disease into the country. So you'd have that kind of Ellis Island style, okay, do you have any ties to extremism? Do you have any diseases? Do the medical screening.
Right.
Do that background check. And make it affordable for people that want liberty, want opportunity to come here. And if you do that, anyone who comes here illegally at that point, it's kind of safe to assume that they don't care about this country. Because if it's that easy to come here and you still come here illegally, you probably don't belong here, like at all. And I feel like that would be a system that would kind of kill two birds with one stone. And you could even potentially like do a final amnesty if you really wanted to. And what I mean by that is they're not getting a free pass. It looks like we lost JR again. Are you still there? JR, are you still there? It looks like he's reconnecting again. So I'll repeat it when he gets back on, but in my opinion, you could have a potential like final amnesty, so to speak, but it's not for free. You're not getting just a free pass. And it looks like he is in the process of reconnecting right now. Give me just 1 second. JR, can you hear me right now? It looks like your connection is trying to connect, but nope, I lost you again. Okay, so if you had a scenario where it was made easier for people to come into the United States, like I mentioned, then you could have a scenario where those who are already here working, they would have to pay a fine or a fee of, let's say, that 5% for every year that they were here, or something to that effect, to no maximum of a $10,000. And if you had that, you could get a lot of revenue back into this country to make up for a lot of the tax loss. They would be able to get that tax social security number and ID number and be able to actually start paying into the system. And that would fix a lot of the problems with it. A lot of them are receiving benefits but not paying into the system. So it sounds like JR has a weather storm coming through and he's on satellite internet, so that's what's causing his disconnection. So I'll finish my point, and if anybody else is available to jump on, whether it's David or Matt, I will get them on here in just a moment. So, to finish the point that I had, let's say you have a immigrant coming into the country who came here illegally, and he's been here for 5 years. He would have to pay, let's say, 5% of the U.S. GDP for every year that he has been here. And in doing that, we would get some of that tax revenue back for every year he's been here, get that individual legalized for work visa, and then allow them to work off the rest of that that fine or fee. And if they fail to pay that fine or fee, they would be subject to either jail time and or deportation at that point. I feel like this would be a good way to balance it, to just fix the system without having to throw a ton of money at the deportations, a ton of money at the prosecutions. You'd actually be able to resolve some of it. Are you back with us, JR? I can see you trying to reconnect. I'm just not sure if you have yet. Can you hear me, JR? Let's see. Testing to see.
You hear me, Jesse?
So JR is not able to get back on. So I'll be wrapping it up in just a second. But my idea with regards to the immigration crisis that our country's having is if we had some kind of working fine for every year that one has been here, we could start bringing back some of the tax revenue that we've lost. We could start legalizing the system better and clean up the system. We would no longer have this complete mess of a system where we're behind. We're just losing tax revenue. We have people on benefits without paying into the system. And anyone found lying about their length of time in the United States or why they came here or anything like that would automatically be subject to deportation. It's just kind of a working concept. I could maybe get that more refined in the future. It's definitely not a set in stone policy. I am just trying to find working solutions to problems that we have. And when the problem has gotten so out of hand right now, it just becomes more and more expensive to try and resolve. So with that, I guess I'll end on that topic. And it looks like both David and Matt have work emergencies, but David is trying to get on right now. If David cannot get on in probably the next couple of minutes, I'll probably wrap the podcast up for the day. So while we wait for David to attempt to join, let's see. While we wait for David to join, I guess I'll talk about some of the other projects that I'm working on. Some of the other projects I'm working on is I am working on some legislation to try and repeal the Permanent Appropriations Act of 1929, I spoke about that a little bit with both Robert Brown and with J.R. Cameron. And my goal on that, like I mentioned before, is to try and get our representation increased so that we have it closer to the standards of our founding fathers in the Constitution. I believe that in doing that, we would be able to better hold our representatives accountable. We'd be better capable of electing proper representatives. We would be more capable of running for office ourselves, as it would be far less expensive to reach out to 100,000 people as it would be to 800,000 people. And it would also allow for many opportunities to have legitimate debate. If we had local representatives, we could actually more appropriately speak with them. We could have easier communications with them. We would have more debate. We would not be ramming through rapid legislation like we do now. I don't really see many, if any, negatives to restoring that standard. Another thing that I'm working on is I have a book that is being published right now. It's called The Last Republican, Thomas Massey and the Death of a Party. That book, I believe it'll be coming out in October, but I do not have any legitimate time frame on that yet. It is going through the publication process right now. That book talks about what the Republican Party used to stand for on limited government, fiscal responsibility, constitutional fidelity, and a balanced budget. Currently, we do not have any resemblance of the original Republican Party, which I find very sad. I have been a Republican my entire life, and I love the principles that it was founded on. I will always be a Republican on those principles, and I will always stand behind those principles. Give me a second. I am trying to get David Wright connected. We are still having some issues with that. So in that book, it emphasizes just how far the Republican Party has fallen from its original principles, and the reason why it's called the Last Republican is because I see Thomas Massey as the last constitutional literate Republican. Everyone else tends to follow the party lines, regardless of constitutionality and regardless of the party platform. So I'm hoping that we can get the Republican Party back on track and get them voting along with the Constitution again. But unfortunately, it is a huge work in progress. Give me 1 second again. David is still having some troubles connecting, so I am going to put this podcast on a temporary pause. So I will be muting myself and going to the we will begin shortly screen. So give me just a moment while I get this reconnected. Alrighty, we do have David connected now, so give me 1 second to funnel his feed into the stream. Alrighty, we have David with us now. David, thank you for joining us today. Yep, I can hear you just fine. Apparently, you had a pretty rough day at work today. Yeah. Wouldn't want the very first podcast to be perfect. Probably. I'd probably flop very quickly after that. But I do like to. I do like to try to be a good first impression, but I mean it's hard to be a perfect first impression. Um, so for viewers, this is David Wright out of Kentucky. Um, he is a very dedicated constitutional activist from Kentucky who has been working tirelessly to promote, defend, and strengthen constitutional leadership in the state. And he has worked across his community, his state, and other states in the past. David, I've firsthand seen the effort that you put in to make liberty and have a strong voice standing behind it. Thank you for everything that you do, and thank you for being on We the Podcast today, especially for Constitution Day. So, the first thing, it being Constitution Day, the day that we are all here, what does the Constitution and today mean for you personally? Why do you believe that this day is so essential for Americans to remember and reflect on?
Things like that, I have a very close affection for. But even more importantly, it's the structure of our government. And so I look at it like an employee handbook. So if you were to work at the Ford plant building Ford cars, when you get hired there, they would give you an employee handbook that has all the rules and regulations of working at Ford. And if you were to get that job and not read the employee handbook and not understand it, then on your first day of work, you're probably going to violate 20 or 30 rules. You don't even know what the rules are. So how can you not violate them? You don't know what they are. So with politicians, elected officials, it's the same thing. The Constitution is their employee handbook. If they don't read it and understand it, then they're probably going to violate the rules because they don't even know what the rules are. And that's a pretty good segue into our topic of the oath of office.
Yeah.
So how can you take an oath to defend a document you don't even understand? You don't even know what's in it. So you're probably not going to be able to uphold your oath, just like the Ford employee would not be able to work there without breaking the rules if he didn't read their handbook. So you've got, on all these different levels of government, you've got people with jobs and elected positions that have never read the Constitution, never studied it, and don't understand it. Yet they raise their hand and they pledge an oath to support it. So like with police officers, they violate people's rights every day of the week. And most of the time, the cop doesn't even realize that he's violating somebody's rights. He thinks he's following the rules. He thinks he's enforcing the law. He's doing what his department commanders tell him to do. He thinks he's doing the right thing. So that oath they take, it's an individual oath, and it's to the Constitution. It's not to their chief of police. It's not to their supervisor. It's not to the department. It's to the Constitution.
Yep.
but they just do what they're told. I'm just doing my job. You ever heard a cop say, I'm just doing my job?
Yep. Yep.
Yeah.
Even though I have not served in office, I have taken that oath to the Constitution.
Hmm.
And I really do believe in standing firm to that. Like, I have an oath to the Constitution. I've been a Republican my entire life. I do not have an oath to the Republican Party. Um, but with my oath to the Constitution, that's why I work to teach it. That's why I work to uphold it. That's why I work to enforce it. My power in my current position is very limited, but I do what I can to uphold that oath. Um, when it comes to the oath of office, do you think that most officials even truly understand the weight of their oath when they take it? Where do you see the biggest breakdown? Is it ignorance to the Constitution, or is it a lack of integrity, or both?
I would say it's both. And I would also say that to most politicians or anyone that takes the oath, you got military, cops, politicians. It's a lot of different positions, uh, government employee positions, whether they're elected or not, that require you to take an oath to the Constitution. And I think that most people just see it as a formality, and I don't think they take it very seriously. It's just a formality. It's like putting your hand on the Bible when you go to court. It's just a formality, really, at this point. Nobody's really taking that to heart. People still get up on the stand and lie, even though they just put their hand on that Bible. They'll still get up there and lie. It's not going to stop them from lying. So I think they just see it as a formality, and they don't really take it serious.
Yeah, yeah, I would have to agree with that. I do believe there are some that it comes down to just lack of knowledge, just total ignorance of the Constitution, where they come in, they want to do the right thing, they're taking their oath. Maybe they don't take it as seriously as they should simply because they don't understand it. But then I also believe that there are individuals like I truly believe Chuck Schumer. I think he knows the Constitution. I think he knows it like the back of his hand. But I think he intentionally ignores it because it doesn't suit his agenda. I think he has a total lack of integrity. Um, I would say probably the same thing about Mitch McConnell on the Republican side. I'm sure he knows the Constitution very well. I don't think he cares about it.
Well, I mean, if you get, well, it depends. It depends on what you mean by they know the Constitution very well. It depends on where you were taught to what you know,
I mean, there's that too.
and
Yeah.
and to whether or not what you know is correct or incorrect. So Obama's a good example. I think he went to Harvard, right? And he got a constitutional law degree at Harvard. You should be able to say he knows the Constitution like the back of his hand. He studied the Constitution at Harvard. Well, he knows the progressive version of the Constitution. He doesn't. He was never taught the originalist version, where they take definitions of the time period in Old English dialect and define them properly according to the time period. Some of these words and terms that have been used in the Constitution have changed in the last 240 something years. The definitions to these words have changed, and some of them have changed by design. The progressives in like the early 1900s, like Woodrow Wilson, him and old John Dewey, they went on like a mission of redefining words and terms in the English language to modernize it so that they can use those redefined terms and words to make the Constitution say, or at least appear to say, what they wanted it to say.
Yeah.
And so, like the Second Amendment, they used the word well regulated, or the term well regulated. Well, in today's definition, someone who hears well regulated, they think government control,
Or
they
government
think
restricted.
restriction, oversight, all of these things that comes to someone's mind as the definition of well regulated. But in the late 1700s, well regulated did not mean that. It meant properly functioning.
Yep.
So if you had a timepiece, like a pocket watch in 1789, and it kept good time, you would say that your watch is well regulated, meaning it's properly functioning.
Yep. It's been properly maintained, supported, everything. Yeah.
And and it functions properly. It's well regulated. So when you read the Second Amendment and under today's definitions, you would think government control, militia. Okay, the government's supposed to control the militia. That's inaccurate.
Nope.
So you have to take these words and terms, and I mean, you really got to break down each line in the Constitution and define the words and terms that you're reading. You can't just read it like you're reading a news article or a book like The Last Republican. You can't read the Constitution that way. You have to go line by line, word by word, term by term, and define each of those key words and key terms. And then, after you've defined them properly according to the time period in which it was written, then you go back and you read it again and you get a totally different conclusion, just like well regulated.
You know.
Or even the definition of arms is another one that's even confused
Oh yeah.
in modern day. Because, like when Trump banned bump stocks, for example, I was screaming from the mountaintops, this is unconstitutional, it's violating the Second Amendment, it's Fourth, Fifth, whatever. And people were telling me, oh, wait a minute, a bump stock's not a gun. It's not covered by the Second Amendment. The Second Amendment doesn't use the word gun, it uses the word arms.
Yep.
So you define the word arms of that time period in that time period, and you come up with anything that a man wears, carries, or uses for his own defense. That's what arms are. So anything, not just guns, but bump stocks, magazines that hold 30 rounds, that hold 75 rounds, like drum mags, all that stuff is arms. The strap of a rifle is arm. That's an armament.
Yeah, and you just said the word. You just said the word. I was about to say, the word arms is a derivative of the word armaments. Armaments is weapons of war. Armaments is whatever you need to fight is armaments,
Yes.
and that's where the term arms comes from. Is the word
Right.
armaments.
So when you define the word arms properly in the Second Amendment, and then you go back and read it again, you can clearly see that the people that were telling me a bump stock's not a gun, so it's not covered, you can clearly see at that point that a bump stock is covered because it's an armament.
Yep.
It's classified as arms.
It doesn't matter if you use it as a toy just to have faster shooting. It doesn't matter if you use it for suppression. It doesn't matter why you want it. It is a part of a weapon, and it is covered.
Yes. So even people that have been to college and studied the Constitution at Harvard or Yale or wherever, I started my studies at Hillsdale, which is a conservative college. They got an online program, and that's where I started my journey, is there. But it was a conservative college, and they taught the originalist viewpoint.
Yep.
They didn't teach the progressive viewpoint. So that's where I learned about defining words and terms according to the time period to get the proper translation or the proper interpretation, what the founders intended. They're the ones that wrote it. The Federalist Papers helps with that a lot too, but it's even quicker to just define these words and terms as you go, as you're reading. Stop. Don't just read. Read a few lines, stop. Go back, evaluate which words are keywords like well regulated and arms and define all of them. And then read it again and you'll get a totally different message from it. And sometimes it's the opposite, like well regulated.
Or like general welfare. When you look at general welfare with the modern interpretation of it, it's not in any way, shape, or form what it.
It's a food stamp card under today's definition. It means food stamp cards.
Yeah, and
it means Section 8 housing.
Yeah, and you weren't able to watch it because you were at work. But Robert, when he was on the podcast earlier, he broke down the general welfare clause very specifically. He said he pointed out that when they made the Constitution, they wrote a general statement. This is what this is covering, and then a particular statement. These are the particulars of this statement. So when it said the general welfare clause to perform the duties of the United States, it then goes into the sections after it, like to raise an army, to the raise and support an army, to support and maintain a navy, to call forth the militia, all these different tasks, and then it has the everything else enumerated what the tasks are.
Yeah. The enumerated powers.
Yeah,
Yes.
the enumerated powers in the general welfare clause. If you just hear general welfare, you're thinking, oh, well, this is my benefits, like you said, and that wasn't
Well,
the intent.
I also, I didn't see the segment earlier with the other guy, but I don't know if he said this or not, but I would also add to it that um, general welfare is also referring to the general welfare of the federal government itself.
Yes.
Like if they can't pay their bills, if they can't pay the lot bill, if they can't build that new building, and buildings are deteriorating, it's been 250 years almost, buildings deteriorate. So we got to build new ones every so often. We got to pay the light bill, we got to pay the water bill. We got to pay people's salaries that push pencils and papers. All these things have to be paid for. And so general welfare is also referring to the general welfare of the federal government itself to operate is through its daily operations. It needs money to do that.
Yeah, debt repayment is one of those in the clauses, is to
Yeah.
make sure that the United States debts are paid off. Unfortunately, we are not doing that, but
But
yeah.
it doesn't say the general welfare of the people. It doesn't say the general welfare of the states.
Yeah.
It just says the general welfare. Doesn't say of the people or the states.
Yeah.
And so it's not including that at all whatsoever. There's nothing to substantiate that.
Yeah, because the founding fathers were very particular in how they wrote everything. If it had to do with the people, it said it had to do with the people. If it had to deal with the states, it said it had to deal with the states. If it said it had to deal with the federal government, it was usually either blank or it said it had to deal with the federal government. Because
Right. So that would be the default. If it doesn't say, then it would default to be the federal government.
Yes, because the Constitution was designed as this is the law of the land for the federal government. This is
Right.
what
So
the
like
federal
you
government
said,
is
why would it specify this thing is for the people in one place in the Constitution, but then get over here in the general welfare clause and not specify that if they meant so?
Yeah,
If
and
they
you could
meant
even
so, they would have said so.
and we could even take a step back to the Second Amendment again. A, a well-regulated militia necessary for the security of a free state. That mentions the state. Why is the well-regulated militia necessary? For the security of the free state. And then it says the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. So it mentions the state and the people on that this is necessary for both the state and the people. And it doesn't mention the federal government aside from the regulation, because then you can go back to Article 1, Section 8, where it says that the Congress can regulate the laws and the training for the militia. And the purpose of that is so that everything's uniform. So if we get attacked, we don't have one person with a musket and another person with an M16 fighting alongside each other. Everyone's going to have the same weapon. Everyone's going to have the same training. Everyone's going to know how to fight in the same way. We will have the same call signs. We'll have the same everything in that regard. But it also points out in Article 1, Section 8 that the states themselves are reserved the power to appoint the commanders of the militia and to train. They have to do the training in accordance to what Congress had put forward.
Yeah, the training is prescribed by Congress.
Yep. And
but it's administered by the state.
Yep, it's administered by the state, and the commanders are appointed by the state.
So the Constitution is very specific. When they mean the people or the state, they say so.
Yes, exactly.
They don't leave it open-ended.
Yes, and when they talk about the federal government, they will usually specify this is for Congress, this is for the Senate, this is for the president, this is for the judiciary, and that's really the main specifications in the Constitution.
I believe in the General Welfare Clause, it says the general welfare of the United States. Isn't that what it says specifically?
Let's see real quick. Off the top of my head, I cannot tell you, but...
And the United States would be referring to the federal government.
Yes.
Not the people, or it would have said the people.
Yeah, so...
I know it creates a pause for a minute in the show, but I like looking these things up as we're discussing them on the show
Me too.
because it gives the viewers the the feeling that okay, they just showed me what they were saying. They're showing their work
Yeah. Okay. So
instead of just blabbing off at the mouth the whole time.
all right. So Article 1, Section 8. Clause 1 of the United States Constitution, granting Congress the power to tax and spend for the general welfare and common defense. While initially debated, the dominant interpretation today supports.
I don't mean to interrupt you, Jesse, but let's look at the exact text from the Constitution, not a summary of it.
Okay, fair enough. So Article 1.
I don't trust other people's summaries. Not
Fair-
anymore.
Fair enough. So Article 1, Section 8. The Congress shall have the power to lay and collect taxes, duties, imposts, and excises, to pay the debts and provide for the common defense and general welfare of the United States.
United States,
Yep.
just like I thought.
Yep.
So it's referring to the federal government,
Yep.
not the people. If it was referring to the people or the states, it would have said, like it does many other times, people or states.
Yeah.
It's talking about the federal government there. So the federal government has to have a good standing, paying its bills and operation. That's the general welfare of the federal government.
Yes.
That's what that is.
Yes. So
Not a welfare check, not a food stamp card, not Section 8 housing.
yes. So
And because if that was the case, how come we didn't have all these programs 200 years ago?
we didn't. And
How come
James
how
Madison-
come the founders, once they wrote the Constitution and they created a government and the government was up and running and George Washington was the president, or hell, even when Thomas Jefferson was the president, there wasn't any welfare programs on the federal level in existence whatsoever, not even one.
right? And
So,
James
so if their
Madison-
intent was to provide welfare for the people, how come they weren't doing it themselves when they were running this government?
because they weren't able to. It was constitutionally not allowed. James Madison spoke very adamantly about that during the cod fishery debates. I mentioned the cod fishery debates earlier today. In the cod fishery debates, Madison said, if you're going to apply anything to the general welfare because of the application of money, then what stops us from funding education, from funding religion, from funding healthcare, from funding all these different things? That's not what our Constitution is built for. Those are for the states, and everyone agreed with him. They knew that those were all out of line. Those are all ridiculous claims to put into the power of the federal government because one size does not fit all.
So a state can have a welfare program
Yes,
if they choose to,
yes, because
if their constitution allows for it.
yes, because the 10th Amendment says it. All powers not specifically delegated to the federal government belong to the states and the people thereof. So if the state constitution prohibits the state from doing it, it means it belongs to the people. So
Right, because it's unethical to force one state to help pay for the welfare of another state.
yes, yes.
And so if you're gonna have welfare, it needs to be on a state by state basis, state level decisions on whether you're gonna have welfare programs or not. And you shouldn't be able to force Kentucky to pay for New York's welfare programs through the federal government.
So here's something that's a really good lesson for any viewer. So if you are talking about what a constitution is, the Constitution is what grants authority to the governing body of that Constitution. So with regards to the United States Constitution in contrast to the state Constitution, the United States Constitution, when you look at the 10th Amendment, it will spell it out very well. Any power not specifically delegated to the United States government by this Constitution belongs to the state or the people thereof. So
nor prohibited by it.
Yeah, nor prohibited by it. For example, a state cannot create its own money. It can only use gold and silver. So a state cannot print paper money. So when you go down to the state level, it's the same thing. Unless that state constitution grants that state government the power to do it, the power belongs to the people. So we have that step. You have the federal government constitution. If it doesn't grant the power or prohibit the power, it belongs to the state or the people. So there's where the people of that state decide, okay, what powers do my state get? If we don't give the state the power in the Constitution, it belongs to us. So let's use charity as an example, welfare as an example. If the state of Missouri or the state of Kentucky do not allow for welfare for the people, then it's the responsibility of the people to give them themselves welfare through charity or other means. Just as an example of how a constitution functions. If the power is not delegated specifically to the government for that constitution, that government does not have it.
Yes, that is absolutely correct.
A lot of people view constitutions the other way. I get in many debates with people. I'm sure you've had those same debates where they'll say, well, the Constitution doesn't say they can't do that. But that's
It
backwards.
doesn't say they can.
Yeah, that's backwards. The question that needs to be asked is, does the Constitution say that they can? Not does the Constitution prohibit it. Does the Constitution say that they can?
Yeah, they need to be able to point to the part of the Constitution that grants them the power to do it.
Yep.
And if they can't point to the part of the Constitution that grants them the power to do it, then that means they were not granted the power to do it, and therefore they can't do it.
Yes, exactly.
And it's unconstitutional.
And that all kind of ties right back into the whole oath of office thing. You and I were talking about this the other day. It's not spoken about much. Too many people just kind of gloss over the oath of office. And I'm very happy that JR, when he was on, he actually wanted to talk about the oath of office a little bit. So I was very excited about that because I knew it was going to kind of lead into our topics a little bit. When it comes down to the oath of office, you need to understand what your limitations are. If the Constitution doesn't grant you that power, you don't have it. But what are some examples that you would have of an official that actually is taking their oath seriously? I know Thomas Massey will probably be towards the top of that list, but do you have any other examples of somebody who truly took their oath of office seriously and tried to enforce the Constitution?
And you're not talking about just good intentions, but actual knowledge and understanding.
Actually upholding the Constitution with their oath of office.
Thomas Massey is probably about the only one. Maybe Rand Paul. Maybe Rand Paul.
Okay.
Thomas Massey.
Ron Paul before definitely did a good job of that.
Yeah, there's very few of those people in office.
Yeah, and when it comes to presidents, I would say that the last president that we had to truly uphold their oath of office would be Calvin Coolidge.
I was about to say, does the initials come out as CC?
Yep. I would say Calvin Coolidge. Before that,
you know what his nickname was?
Silent Cal.
Silent Cal.
Yep, Silent Cal.
Yeah,
I actually have him referenced in my book.
One woman came up to him at some type of event he was at, and she said that my friend bet me how much ever money that I couldn't get you to say 3 words to me. And she said, and I took the bet, and he said, you lose. That's only 2 words. He didn't say 3 words to her. He only said 2.
Oh, that's funny. You lose.
You lose. And he walked away.
That's good. I like that. But yeah,
he did almost nothing while in office, which is really a good thing. The power of the president is very, very narrow.
yeah.
Really.
Yeah,
If you're following the Constitution, the presidential powers are very narrow. He doesn't have a lot to do, really.
Yeah, the one thing he did, which is what I would do if I was president, is he shut down a lot of the government. He literally just shut down a lot of departments that were unnecessary or unconstitutional. And that was his reasoning too. It's like, not our responsibility. We shouldn't even do it. So that's why he shut the ones he did down. And by doing so, he balanced the budget. We had a surplus for most of his presidency, and it's one of the only times we've had a surplus since World War I.
Except for that fake surplus under Clinton.
They're good at faking numbers.
where they did the smoke and mirrors and all that with the numbers.
Yeah,
I
I
believe
like.
I believe that I believe that's when they did something funny with Social Security to make the numbers come out better. It,
I don't know what they did, but I mean, just the fact that the debt increased is enough to say that the budget was not a surplus. It's you can't increase in debt if you have a surplus budget. That's not a thing.
yeah, but I'm sure everybody on today's podcast has mentioned that the education, constitutional education, is like in dire need and probably the most important thing to focus on.
Yeah, yeah, that
And
that has been the main topic today. Um,
and I'm just going to reinforce that
yeah,
and say that not to be offensive, but the American people have become intellectually lazy, and they depend on the people they follow to guide them, um,
and they're
whoever
not
that may
picking
be.
good people to guide them.
Right. Even if they did pick someone good to guide them, you still need to have your own firsthand knowledge so that you can realize when the person that's guiding you is wrong,
You know what?
because sometimes they're wrong too.
I'll do a good example of that. Many many conservatives and probably many of the people that will watch this podcast are probably very religious individuals. If if I walked up to you and I said, "Oh yeah, you can have 6 wives, no problem." Does that sound right to you?
Well, the hell, that sounds like five more headaches than I need.
Yeah, yeah, I would have to agree with that, but that's not the point I'm trying to get at. But I could come up to you and say, "Oh yeah, I'm a religious scholar. I know the Bible like the back of my hand. I am a very faithful and devout person. You should listen to what I have to say." And if I'm charismatic enough, I can make it go, "Oh yeah, maybe I should listen to this guy." And if you don't have your own base knowledge in your faith, and you've just, "Oh well, yeah, I've always been told, yeah, I believe in God, or I believe in Allah, or I believe in Moses, or I believe in whatever I believe in." Yeah, yeah, I'm Christian, I'm Hindu, or I'm whatever I am. And then when somebody challenges your beliefs and you don't have a root foundation of your beliefs, you can easily be persuaded away from your beliefs. But if you have that root foundation, that true knowledge base of your faith, or in this case, in the Constitution, then you can hear somebody say something and be like, "That doesn't sound right." And you can know where to look to be like, "Okay, let's see. I just pulled up the Constitution earlier. Okay, that says you are wrong." So, no, I know where to look. I know where to bring up the documentation. You've got, and the founding fathers were so good about it. I'm so thankful that they did this with the Federalist Papers and the Anti-Federalist Papers and the Madison's Notes of the Constitutional Convention, and they have so much good documentation of the process and how they came to the conclusion that if you really research it, there's no doubt, there's nothing to even try to persuade you that they are wrong, because they're the ones who wrote it.
Yeah, yeah. So if if you don't have that base knowledge and someone is guiding you, they're really not guiding you. They're handling you.
Yeah,
They're handling you, not guiding you. So if I have a base knowledge, then I can, let someone else guide me. And as I'm being guided, I can recognize potholes and pitfalls and misdirections and misrepresentations. So yeah, I let multiple people guide me in directions, but
yeah.
all along the way, I'm analyzing, I'm assessing.
What people say, we see that, "Oh, my OBS just disconnected." Give me one second. That's the first time I've ever seen that happen.
What happened?
My OBS just disconnected for a second, but it looks like it has reconnected. Let me make sure that the stream
I'm
is
not
still
aware
up.
of what an OBS is. So for me and all the viewers here who don't know, why don't you let us in on what that is?
So OBS is the streaming software that I'm using for the podcast, but it does look like it reconnected just fine. Uh,
Oh,
but but so my stream dropped for a second. For some reason, I lost connection to the internet for like 5 seconds on OBS. But now it is back on. But yeah, I mean, when it comes down to that root foundation, when you're able to really know what is in the Constitution and know what the true principles of the Constitution are, it's very hard to be misled. But right now, with a lot of people lacking that root knowledge, you have both sides of the aisle, the Republicans and the Democrats, who are misleading so many people about the Constitution, or they'll use the Constitution to their advantage only when it suits them. And it's not a good scenario to have if we want to have limited government. It's not a good scenario to have if we want to have liberty and freedom. When you have a all-powerful government that can impose its will on the people in the states, you end up with a government that can use that same power against you, and that does not benefit you in any way. If you have that limited government with the limited restrictions, you have nobody to fight with. You don't have to fight with the Democrats. You don't have to fight with the Republicans. You can live your life.
Yep. One thing that worries me a lot is not only just people that are refusing to educate themselves, but the ones that understand something constitutional and then just don't give a damn. They're like, well, that's outdated. I can get people to understand something, and then they will tell me they don't care, that that's outdated thinking. They start adopting the progressive viewpoint. I'm talking about Republicans doing this with me. As soon as I point out something to them in the Constitution that, goes against what they want, and I prove to them that it's unconstitutional, they don't acquiesce and go, okay, well, you're right. Well, I guess we can't do that. They say, well, you know what? To hell, who cares? I don't care. That's old stuff. This didn't exist back then. And that disturbs me.
Yeah, I used to only get that argument back from Democrats for a very long time, where they'd be like, "Oh, well, that's a 200-year-old document. That doesn't apply anymore. That's just an old piece of paper. Why should we still follow that?" But like you said, that language is starting to come in from some Republicans as well, where
a lot of Republicans.
Yeah, where I'll have some of those debates too, like, hey, we can't be doing this. This isn't constitutional. And at first they'll argue, oh, there's nothing unconstitutional about it. And then when you point out, like, no, the Constitution here literally says you can't do this. This power is not granted to the federal government. They're like, oh, well, Democrats do it, so we should be able to do it too. If Democrats can violate it, we can do it too. No, that's not how it works.
Or the famous, something had to be done.
Yeah, something had to be done. That's not how it works. There is no emergency clause in the Constitution. There is no, well, under these circumstances, the Constitution doesn't apply. There's nowhere in the Constitution that says that. Nowhere.
Right.
The Constitution is always applying.
Yeah, so Pam Bondi the other day, she said that they were going to start going after people for hate speech. And she said that includes both sides, Republicans and Democrats. She said, if you get online and start spewing hate speech, we're coming after you. She said, you will be targeted.
How do you even define hate speech? Is it something you don't like? Is it somebody saying, I hate you?
Politicians try not to define things too clearly because it pins them down.
Yeah,
they love wiggle room, so they'll speak about things in broad terms like hate speech, and they won't clarify what they mean by hate speech. And but the only legal or lawful thing that she could have referred to is like terroristic threat.
Yeah,
that's already a crime. And you should already be going after someone anyway that's making legitimate terroristic threats that they have the capability of carrying out.
Yeah.
So that's one of the nuances.
Yep.
That's one of the nuances of terroristic threat is the person making the threat has to have reasonable means to carry it out. So if I threaten to shoot you while you sleep, for example, let's say I live in Kentucky, and let's say you live in Washington State, and I threaten to shoot you in your sleep tonight, that's not going anywhere because you're in Washington State and I'm in.
I
I
mean,
don't have the means to carry that out.
you could fly out there and do it. So there is still some threat
Reasonable
behind it.
means.
Yeah, but
Now,
I
if
would
I
say
land,
any threat along those means could easily become a legitimate threat, even if it's not going to be
now
tonight.
as soon as I land in Washington State, then you got something.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
until then, you got nothing.
but yeah, I mean,
And that's just the reality of the world. You're not going to legislate violence out of the human race.
no,
You're not. You're never going to have a utopia,
no, it's
peace
not
and
possible.
tranquility. It's never been that way, and it's never going to be that way. There's inherent risks to being a human being living on planet Earth. There are inherent risks. There's tornadoes, there's earthquakes, there's murderers, rapists. These things are here, and there's an inherent risk that you're going to encounter something in your lifetime, and even more so in a free country. It's even riskier to live in a free country.
Oh, of
Um,
course.
so, but that's the price you pay for being free. I can keep you real safe in one of these dog kennels. I can put you. I got a dog kennel over here off camera. You can't see it, but I could put you in the basement in this dog kennel, and I can guarantee your safety there.
Yep.
I can't
Um,
guarantee your happiness
yeah,
though,
right. I was about to say, I don't think I'd be too happy, but I'd be safe.
but I can guarantee your safety in that kennel down in the basement. I would rather live outside of the kennel, outside of the basement, out in the free world where life is risky, and I might get shot. I might get killed. I might get hit by a car. I might, whatever.
What's that quote? Something about I'd rather live in a dangerous free society than live in slavery, but be safe. I don't remember the exact quote.
Hmm.
I feel like you would know that quote, but it's something along the lines of I'd rather be free and in danger than enslaved and safe.
I've actually never heard that one before.
All right, let me look that up now.
Like, yeah, I would like to know who that was.
All right, it is a quote by Thomas Jefferson. Apparently, um, the original quote was actually in Latin. I'm not even going to try to say a single one of those words. I will butcher every one of them. But the translation is I prefer the tumult of liberty to the quiet of servitude. So
Hmm.
basically,
Yeah,
I prefer dangerous freedom over peaceful slavery in layman's term. But it is
right,
a letter from Thomas Jefferson to James Madison where he said that.
right. I mean, we're not supposed to agree. We're supposed to debate. Um, we're supposed to hash things out and come to the best solution. But we don't do that anymore.
Nope. It's you're either with me or you're against me.
Yeah, there's two lanes you can be in. You're either in this lane or that lane. And if you're not one of those two lanes, you don't matter.
And you know the dumbest part about that? The
And the
dumbest,
decisions have already been made in both of those lanes.
and that's not even what I'm going at. The dumbest part about both that is they're both going to the same location. They're both going to a totalitarian state right now. They're both going the same exact direction, just a different way to get there.
Well, yeah, one's occupying the lane on one side, and they got their lane on the other side.
Yep.
Um, it's power, money, greed,
Yep.
and control.
Yep. They are
And
both paths are leading the same way.
most of these politicians are beholden to their big donors.
Yep.
So, like, what's that Jewish donor organization that's APAC or something?
Yeah. APAC. APAC is the one that everyone's been
AIPAC,
talking. Yep.
APAC.
Yep. Everyone's been talking about that one lately.
Yeah, and like Thomas Massey's one of the few that's not receiving donations from APAC.
That you know, when I was doing research of Thomas Massey for the book that I had written, um, he, even in his first election, his state election, he didn't take big donors. He ran his election off of solely grassroots donations, and I don't know if he kept that philosophy going into the federal body, but in his state election, he did not accept any big donors. It was strictly grassroots, and it said that his average donation was only like $50.
You know he's my congressman, right? I live in his
Yes.
district.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like I don't know if he still refuses to accept any big donors, but I know for the state election, at least in the research I did, he didn't accept any outside money or big donor money when he ran for the state house. I don't know if he's still doing that. He probably still is. He has such a great mindset when it comes to Congress. So the fact
But
that he still stands on his principles kind of speaks for itself.
we need to get big money out of elections
Yeah.
somehow. But I don't believe the Constitution addresses that at all.
I mean, I still think.
So it's something we need to do.
I guess this is another benefit to the bill that I want to push in Congress for repealing the Permanent Appropriations Act. If the districts were smaller, we could afford to run elections for less money. And it would take a lot more effort for big money to buy elections because they'd have to buy way more seats, and they'd have to really make it worth it because the seats are way more cheaper to run for. Like if you only had 100,000 people in a district, you only have to appeal to 50,000 people. It costs way less money to appeal to 50,000 people than it does for 400,000 people.
Now, I know in a presidential election that each candidate can choose to take private donations or public funding. And I believe the last time I checked, the public funding option was like $65,000. So you would get $65,000 for your campaign from the government and not receive any private donations at all. And the other candidate can also choose. So both candidates, let's say we're still running Democrat and Republican, because nobody else really has a chance right now. Both the Republican and the Democrat can choose to take the public funding option. It's up to them. So they could both say, okay, I want the public funding option. He wants the public funding option, or she, and then we're going to forget all these donations. But you can't accept not $1 of donation if you take the public funding option.
Man, I don't know how you would be able to advertise to everyone. You'd have to actually go on news stations, go on to. You'd basically have to use that 67,000 for travel only. And
Well, I guess
you'd have to find platforms to speak on.
Well, with social media being what it is today, I think this is probably the best environment media-wise to do that, because you don't need a lot of money to run an election on social media.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
I mean, you got to pay for some sponsored ads. I would say,
But ads cost.
Now that $65,000, that was many years ago. I'm sure it's higher now, and it could be made even higher if we wanted it to be.
It might not be higher though, because nobody takes the option. Nobody even considers that option. So they might just be like,
There have been times where one candidate has challenged the other one to take it. They would both. I can't remember who it was. It was probably, I think, might have been like either Clinton and Mondale, or who? No, Mondale was against Reagan, wasn't he? Anyway, it was somewhere back in the 80s, 90s. Then it was actually being talked about. But neither one of them would actually follow through with it. They did talk about doing it, though. One challenged the other one to do it with them. Said, I'll take it if you take it.
Yeah.
And the other guy didn't take it.
Yeah, I would hope that I could gain some traction on the repealing of the Permanent Appropriations Act, because at least congressionally, I think we can get a lot of big money out of it if we got that passed. Because right now, I remember when I was up in Washington State, there was my district, which wasn't even one of the biggest districts. It was just a battleground district. It was a very purple district. That battleground district had about an average of $1.2 million spent by each candidate. So almost a $2.5 million race between the two candidates, and that's ridiculous. For a congressional district, we're spending that kind of money now. I mean, I can't believe how expensive the elections have gotten. There's no way an average person like you and I could run a campaign for a seat like that. But if we only had to appeal to that 100,000 people, we could meet those people at Walmarts and everything. We could go to the general stores and talk to people in the parking lot and be like, hey, this is what I stand for. This is what I'm voting for. Vote for me. And you could get your message out. The establishment would have a hell of a time trying to combat 16,000 districts of people going door to door and actually speaking to their constituents. You would not have a campaign ran solely on advertisement, solely on paying to buy the election anymore.
I mean, most of the ads are just attack ads anyway.
Yeah. Oh, don't vote for
These
this
days.
person because that person wants this. Well, what do you want? Why are you asking me what I want? That person wants this bad thing. Don't vote for that person.
Right.
Yeah. That's an unfortunate state of our elections too. Too many attacks, no actual policy. So,
What else you got on that agenda there?
on my agenda, I'm kind of running out of things for the day. I've been at this since 2:30 my time. It's 6:30 now. Well, actually 2 o'clock my time is when I started. So I'm kind of running out of talking points for the day. But if you have anything else you want to say before we wrap this up, then
Well, you know me. You know how I am. I gotta end things with something kind of controversial.
Oh, of course you do.
Yeah. So, due process for illegal aliens. It's a constitutional issue of recent days. And I see Republicans saying, no due process for illegal aliens. They don't have due process rights. They don't have constitutional rights. And in many cases, that may be true. They may not have some of the rights that are in the Constitution. But when it comes to due process, everybody gets due process because without due process, you don't even know who you got.
Yeah. I mean,
So
and there's
you could accidentally deport an American citizen if you don't give this suspected illegal alien due process of law. Then you could very easily deport an American on accident.
Yeah.
So
here's how the discussion should go. When it comes to rights and constitutional rights, what are rights? Rights are inherent. They are not granted by the Constitution. They are protected by the Constitution. And rights are inalienable. That's said in the Constitution. It's said in the Declaration of Independence. Rights are inalienable. It's not a matter of, are these rights granted by the Constitution or do immigrants have these same rights? When it comes to rights, yes, they do. They have those rights. But what people are misconstruing is what's the difference between a right and privilege. Americans enjoy privileges under our Constitution. They enjoy privileges under the United States. So there are sections in the Constitution that talk about the rights and privileges of a United States citizen. Well, like you said, when it comes to the right of due process, if you bypass that, how do you know for sure this person's illegal? And I've had people say, oh, well, of course they know the person's illegal. They grabbed them because they did all this research on this person. How do you know that? How do you know that they did their due diligence on this person without due process?
you might have the wrong guy. Maybe he looks a lot like the guy.
And not only that, when it comes to Hispanics especially, I know you know this, I know this because of my wife. I know this because of baseball. I'm a huge baseball fan. There are numerous baseball players with the same exact name, where they literally have like Jose Fernandez, Jose Guillen, or whatever. They're very common names because Jose is a popular name, Guillen's a popular last name, Cruz is a popular last name, and they have the same exact name. Now, how can you tell that this illegal Nelson Cruz versus the legal Nelson Cruz, which one is illegal, which one's not, without extensive research? And and it comes down to a really slippery slope where if you assume that the person is illegal, you could make some very catastrophic mistakes that could ruin people's lives, ruin people's families, maybe even get people killed because people will resist if they are being wrongfully challenged.
Right. So, I've had some people in this argument tell me that, well, if they're legal, they should be able to prove it pretty easily that they're American. If you're an American, you should be able to prove that pretty easily.
Yep, I've heard this.
Maybe in most cases, but if just one American is harmed by skipping due process, that's too many.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, we
me personally, about 10 years ago, I had a crazy girlfriend. And when we broke up, went and got into the safe, pulled my birth certificate. She got my wallet, took my driver's license, my social security card, my birth certificate. She took every piece of identification that I had in my whole life. She took all of it and left.
Wow.
So I'm standing there with no way to prove who I am to anybody, no way to prove my identity, no way to prove my citizenship, nothing.
You know, I can go
So
to
if I got scooped up by ICE and they said, "Oh, well, you can't prove you're an American, back to Mexico you go." Okay, well, I need due process to be able to prove this to you
yeah.
because my ex-girlfriend stole all my stuff.
Yeah. So I can actually go down two paths with that. First off, there are some states that are issuing driver's licenses to those who are not citizens. And sure, the person could be here legally and they may need a license because they're here on a work visa, for example. Well, if they overstay that visa, they're no longer here legally, but they have a driver's license. And a driver's license doesn't prove citizenship. I have a driver's license. You have a driver's license. That doesn't prove citizenship. Do you carry your birth certificate with you everywhere you go?
No.
Me neither. Do you carry your social security card everywhere you go? It specifically says on the card not to do that. It says to keep that safe. It says not to put it in your wallet. So if you keep that in your wallet, you're risking having your identity stolen if you forget your wallet or lose your wallet.
Except for now, with the real ID, you have to show a birth certificate to get your real ID, and it's federally approved. And so now your driver's license does prove that you're a natural born citizen.
Now I will argue that as well, because
but I think that the real ID is unconstitutional. It's not within the enumerated powers
2 points, yes,
of the government to even be doing this real ID thing. They don't have a power to identify citizens of the United States.
So that comes into two scenarios there. One, I can verify that is inaccurate. And the reason why I can verify that is inaccurate, my wife is just a U.S. resident, but she has a real ID.
But she had to show legal documentation for being here to get the real ID.
Yes, but she is not a U.S. citizen. Now, if she ends
But she had to come here legally to be able to get a real ID.
Yes, she has her status legal, but she can still be in violation of her status and lose her residency since she's not a citizenship yet. And and if she does something in violation of her status, she has a real ID. Well, that
now there's a distinction between those type of immigrants and illegal immigrants.
Yes.
Even if they overstay their visa. They are documented though.
True.
They may have overstayed their
Fair
visa,
enough. Fair enough.
but they're documented. We
Yeah.
know who they are. We know where they came from. We got all kinds of information about them.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
As to where your straight up illegal alien comes over here, you don't know what prison he just got out of.
Yeah. So on your other topic on real ID, is it even constitutional? Um, Thomas Massey says no.
I say no.
I lean towards no, but I haven't like really researched into it because there's just so many other things that I'm dealing with. But
Well, if you remember, like you said a few minutes ago, if the power is not granted, they can't do it.
well, fair enough. Yeah. They
So unless you can point to somewhere in the Constitution where it says the federal government has the power to create identification for American citizens,
yeah. So
to keep a registry, because that's basically a registry, right?
Yeah.
To keep a registry of identification of United States citizens, that's not anywhere in the Constitution.
Yeah. So that actually leads to my next topic because like you said on how you had a crazy girlfriend that took all of your documentation,
Hmm.
I was adopted at birth, but something went wrong in the courts that nobody realized until it was too late. So when I turned 17, wanted to start looking for work, we found out I did not have a social security number because something got screwed up in the courts. So I was never issued a social security number at birth like I should have been. And it became a complete pain in the ass just to be able to get a social security number and work. I didn't get a social security number until I was 24 years old because I had to go through a legal process to get my adoption finalized properly in the courts and to get a court order for the Social Security office to issue me a new number. Because without my Social Security number, I couldn't get a state ID. Without a state ID, I couldn't get a Social Security number. So I had this catch-22 where I couldn't prove I even existed, let alone that I was a U.S. citizen. And to make matters worse, because the adoption failed, my birth certificate had the wrong last name on it. So we had to find the original adoption papers that somebody filed incorrectly or whatever went wrong with it. I don't know exactly what went wrong with it, but something got messed up in the courts. So we had to find the original adoption papers, prove that, hey, yes, I am the person, I am the baby in these adoption papers. Here is my biological mother, and here is my adoptive family that all came together, were saying, I am me. And the court said, okay, we will fix this. We'll formalize the adoption at 24 years old. So I had an adult adoption and got the court order for a social security number. If I was picked up during that time, I couldn't even prove I was a person. There was no documentation of me in any country at that point.
And without due process, what country do you think you would have ended up in?
I had someone joke about that and said, where the hell would they even deport you to? Antarctica? I'm like, I hope not.
Russia? You look a little Russian.
Maybe
little bit.
Israel. I get a lot of people calling me a Jew, so maybe Israel.
Yeah, either Israel or Russia. One of the two.
Yeah. But no, I'm born here, born in Washington State, Bremerton, Washington, and lived here my entire life. I've never been out of the country. Closest thing to out of the country I've been was flying to Hawaii. But never stepped foot outside the country. But I would have been subject to being sent wherever the hell they wanted to send me because I had no identification. Now I know I am a 1 in 100 million type of person when it comes to that problem, but it's an example of how I could have been completely screwed
not
up.
really, because both of the people in this segment of the podcast have had the same problem in their life
Right.
of not being able to identify themselves.
Right.
Something that's out of our control.
Well, I mean, I guess you could also say there's probably many homeless individuals that have absolutely no identification. I mean, how many homeless people are in California right now that could in no way, shape, or form prove who they are? So, I mean,
I guess that would be a solution to the homeless problem around here.
Yeah, let's just send them all to Mexico. We don't
Send
have
them all to
homeless people
Honduras.
anymore.
Venezuela, Mexico.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, that would be one way to solve the homeless problem, I suppose.
Yeah, they'd probably make them work down there, though.
Right? Yeah. You're
Well, hey, you
either
know
gonna
what?
starve or work.
Hey, they're sending us all their worst of the worst. Why don't we start sending ours to them?
Yeah, maybe they'll stop sending us their worst.
Can we constitutionally send like pedophiles that are in our prisons to other countries?
I would probably say no.
So, like a penal colony would be out of the question.
Probably no. The only reason I say that is because it could probably fall under the no cruel and unusual punishment scenario, like deporting somebody who's a U.S. citizen is probably going to be frowned upon constitutionally. But
Okay, then what about naturalized citizens that that Marco Rubio's stripping them of their citizenship because of something they said?
that is just
'Cause
atrocious
that's
to
been
me.
happening.
That is atrocious to me. Anyone who has citizenship should never be able to have it stripped. Once you have it, you are a United States citizen. You would
Now, is
have
there any? You probably would know this better than me. Is there anything in that paperwork like says that if you do this or do that, it can be revoked?
for residency, yes. For citizenship, I don't think so. I really don't think they have that on citizenship. And
Hmm.
and in addition to that, I mean, I would say if there is anything, anything at all that could I would be okay with somebody having their citizenship stripped from is if they commit treason.
Yeah.
Legitimately commit treason. Like you aided and abetted an enemy of this country. And like you helped Russia plant a bomb in Florida, for example. If you did something like that, like genuinely committed treason against the United States, I
Mhm.
could argue a loss of citizenship. But
I'm glad
beyond
you brought
that,
up. I'm glad you brought up treason because that's been a new thing lately that um, Republicans are saying. And I'm a Republican. I don't want anybody to get me wrong. I don't like Democrats. I've never been a Democrat. I've always been a conservative. Um,
same here.
but I hold my own party accountable.
Yeah,
I don't look the other way. I don't turn a blind eye. When they do something, I'm calling it out. You know. But Republicans, at least on Facebook, where I'm having these little Facebook debates, they will say something like, "Oh, Obama's going to jail. Trump just announced that Obama's going to jail and he's going to be charged with treason for the 2020 election scam." Right?
yeah,
That's not treason.
yeah.
Election fraud is not treason. People are too quick to call something treason.
Yeah, the only thing that would be treason if it had to do with elections would be if what Democrats
Conspiring with
accuse.
another country.
Yeah, if Democrats were right about this is one thing that drives me crazy.
But they'd have to be an enemy country though.
Yeah,
They would
Russia.
have to be the
Yeah,
enemy.
Russia, for example. But
But is Russia a declared official enemy of the United States?
fair enough. Fair enough. We do not have any kind of declared war or anything against them.
There you
So
go. It's
yeah,
got to be an active declared enemy of the United States, like the Taliban or something.
yeah, yeah. So playing devil's advocate, let's say Russia is a declared enemy. Democrats accused Trump of conspiring with Russia to interfere with our elections, yada yada. If Russia's an enemy state and that happened, then you could make the argument that Trump had committed treason. But simply accusing somebody of conspiring with another nation on elections is not treason. It's just slander.
Yeah, you have to have 4 witnesses for treason or an admission.
Yeah.
An admission or 4 witnesses to the treason. I believe that's part of the language.
Yeah,
If
I'm
you
not
look it up.
too familiar of that. I just know what the treason is. It's literally conspiring with an enemy state.
Well, you want to bring it up real quick because I believe it says you have to have 4 witnesses or a confession. And this is not Sharia law on women being raped, which is similar. You have to have 4 male witnesses that you were raped, or it's your fault under the Islamic law.
The problem with this, I don't know where exactly I would look on this because it's not defined in the Constitution itself as to needing 4
Treason.
witnesses. The Constitution just defines what the treason is and when it applies. It doesn't really say anything about 4 witnesses or admission.
Oh, sorry, 2 witnesses. It is in the Constitution. Article
Is it?
3. Oh, yeah, Article 3, Section 3. It's 2 witnesses of to the same overt act or confession in open court.
You said
So
article-
treason requires 2 witnesses to the occurrence.
Okay, let me pull this up because I do not recall that in the Constitution. I do not recall that at all. You said
Article
Article
3.
3, Section 3?
Article 3, Section 3. Yep.
Okay, Section 3. Treason against the United States shall consist only in levying war against them or in adhering to their enemies, giving them aid and comfort, and no person shall be convicted of treason unless on the testimony of 2 witnesses to the same overt act or a confession in open court. Okay. I did not remember that part of that clause. That is
This is why I like to treat at least a Constitution Day focused podcast. That's why I like to treat it kind of like church, where when someone says something about the Bible in church, they bring up the verse and they read it to the audience.
yeah.
So
Yeah.
the audience hears the exact language of the Bible to back up what's being preached to them.
Yeah, that's
So
very good.
that's
That-
how I like to handle the Constitution, is just like the Bible.
Yeah, and I made that
That's the-
example earlier. I don't know if I did that with you or not, but I know I did it with
No.
others on how the Constitution is just like the Bible, like or whatever religion. If you believe in something and you don't have that firm foundation in it, you can easily be misled on it. And I think that's actually a problem with the church too, but that's not the topic today.
So yeah, to all these people on Facebook talking about this person treason, that person treason, well, it has to be witnessed by 2 people or a confession in open court, and it has to include levying war against the United States
Or aiding and abetting
or aiding and abetting the same. Yes.
yeah.
So that means you have to aid and abet war against the United States. So even if an enemy country meddled in our elections and an American politician, conspired with them, it still isn't levying war.
Yeah.
So it's still not treason.
There is one thing. There's one thing I wish was added to that list of treason: undermining the Constitution of the United States with intent. I mean, I know there's not a lack of intent. I can't really say treason for that. Maybe you could have them kicked out of office, but I think if you're intentionally undermining the Constitution and undermining the government of the United States by doing so, I feel that should be a treasonous act, because that is a direct attack on the foundation of this country.
Okay, so if it's a rights violation, for example, we already have that, and it's
Yeah.
called deprivation of rights under color of law.
Yeah.
So we already have a charge for that. There's already a crime outlined in U.S. code for violating your oath, for violating the Constitution. If it has to do with people's rights, then you're guilty of deprivation of rights under color of law.
Yeah, but it goes beyond
It's a
that.
crime. It's a crime, and it even carries the death penalty in some cases.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the fact that, like, when you have a congressman pushing garbage that is completely against the Constitution, like totally contrary to it. Like you are legitimately undermining the purpose of the Constitution with your bill, or the president doing the same thing.
Would a Second Amendment issue or policy fall into this category?
I would say yes, or even if you are usurping authority that you do not have, like you're trying to take executive authority away, or the executive is trying to take legislative authority away. I would say that is a huge violation to the Constitution, and intentionally so.
So what I'm getting at here, though, is that politicians that sponsor a bill or hell even vote on a bill that violates people's rights, say Second Amendment restrictions, they just committed a crime technically.
Yeah.
Deprivation of rights under color of law is a crime. And so if you sponsor a bill or vote for a bill or as president sign a bill that violates people's rights, then you're guilty of deprivation of rights under color of law.
Yep. That
And
one I agree on. I think that one's simple, because that could
be
genuinely
charged.
Yeah, and that could genuinely come down to just ignorance of the Constitution.
Well, no. Here's the most important thing, and I'm glad, like, because we guess we can end on this. But something that's really important that needs to be done in this country right away is the removal of absolute immunity for politicians, judges, and prosecutors. They all enjoy something called absolute immunity, which means they cannot be charged or prosecuted for anything they do while in the course of their duty, whatever that may be, judge, prosecutor, or politician. They cannot be held criminally liable for it. And that needs to be removed. That is a court precedent standard right now.
It is also directly in the Constitution right now. It genuinely says that a congressman cannot be
arrested on his way to or from.
Yeah.
But when he's not to or from, you can go get his ass.
Right.
Okay. So he's got to be traveling to the Capitol or to his local office or traveling back from it.
Yeah.
But
if
you
he's
get his
traveling
ass
to the convenience store, then he should be free game. Yeah.
Because the only reason for that is because they didn't want anybody to be able to use lawfare to hold up the passing of a bill or the voting on a bill or to have a quorum. You got to have a quorum, so they didn't want anybody using any funny business to keep a quorum from being reached or to keep a bill from being passed. They didn't want you to be able to do that. So when you're on your way to the Capitol to vote, can't mess with you. On your way back, can't mess with you. Yep. But other than that, you can go get them. So, but absolute immunity standards is what keeps it from happening right now.
Yep.
And absolute immunity is covering them whether they're at home, whether they're on vacation, whether they're at the Capitol. No matter, it doesn't matter where they're at.
Yep.
You cannot charge them criminally because of absolute immunity, and it needs to go, because that means that there are people in this country that are above the law.
Yes.
And it's people that are in, and the people that are above the law in this scenario are people that create the law, apply the law, administer the law, and enforce the law.
Yep.
Those are the only people right now that are above the law.
Yep.
That's a big problem for people in this country, because that basically makes us a police state.
Basically, yeah.
There's no consequences for these people. They can just walk free. And President Trump, he I think somehow forced something to go to the Supreme Court a while back about presidential immunity.
Yes, he was trying to get presidential immunity on a lot of his domestic.
And he got it.
Yeah.
He got it.
Yeah.
And then Biden comes along and starts doing funky shit, and now you can't do nothing to him.
Yeah,
because Trump already laid that down and got presidential immunity for himself. And now we can't do anything to Biden. We can't do anything to Obama. We can't do anything to any of them because Trump went up there trying to cover his ass and set a precedent.
Yeah, now look at this auto pen thing where the president with his auto pen, people signing for him.
Yeah.
And how are we going to do anything about that if there's immunity?
it's a very good constitutional lesson to learn is Trump pushing for that presidential immunity. It's not just for him. It's for every president,
Yep.
past, future,
Yep.
present. It's for all of them. You got to be careful what you push for. Um, if you don't want the other side to have the same ability or the same protection, then don't push for it. Because whatever you push for today, if you get it, well, in a couple of years, the Democrats are going to have it.
Yep. Yep. I make that point all the time. If
So it's
you
better. It's better to let one person fry
then let
than to
everyone
set,
be free. Yeah.
than set precedents like that, where now we can't touch any president, and the
Yep.
Supreme Court has recently ruled we just can't touch them.
Yep, I make that same argument all the time that if you give this person this power, that means you give the next person that power. And that next person might not be aligned with you.
Are you comfortable? You should always think before you do. So, are you comfortable with the Democrats having the same power or same protection that you're pushing for? If the answer is no, then drop it like a hot rock
Yep. Yep.
and just deal with whatever it is you got to deal with.
Yep.
And if that takes somebody out, then that takes somebody out. You got to take one for the team. See ya.
Yep. All right. With that being said, it is closing in on 7 p.m. here. I have been doing this for 5 hours now. Um, and I know it's getting pretty late there. You had a long day yourself. So,
Mm-hmm.
wrapping it up, is there anything that you would want the viewers and the people of the United States to really start focusing on for Constitution Day?
Probably the same thing everybody else just said today. Educate yourself on the Constitution. Don't just read it. You got to study it. Think about the difference between reading something and studying something. There's a big difference in those two things. And I hear a lot of people, so I've read the Constitution, but did you study it?
Yeah,
Because there's a
do you
difference.
actually understand it? Like you
Right.
could tell
You
me
can
what
read
it
it
says, but
and not understand it. You study it is a totally different thing. So I would say that people, at least as a starting point, should go to Hillsdale online. You can just Google Hillsdale online Constitution classes. And you can, if you can afford it, you can pay for it. If you can't afford it, then they have a free program where you can get it for free based on donations that people like me give to Hillsdale to pay for it.
yep, yep,
So there's a lot of us donors in the Liberty and Learning Society at Hillsdale, and it's all paid for. If you want to pay for it, if you can afford to pay for it, go ahead. There's like a donation link there. You can pay whatever you can afford to pay.
yep.
If you can't afford it, oh well, the rest of us will foot the bill, but take the class anyway.
So with that being said,
Yeah.
also on the topic of Hillsdale College, I don't know if they still have this program, but if you contact them on Facebook or email and you ask for a pocket constitution, they sent me 5,000 pocket constitutions on request for free. So if anyone who wants a free pocket constitution, reach out to Hillsdale College. They will give you a free pocket constitution. Read that, and as you are reading it, look up the Federalist Papers by John Jay, James Madison, and Alexander Hamilton. Read them side by side. Anything that you have any question about within the Constitution that you're like, maybe that doesn't quite make sense, or that's not what I remember hearing, when you look up what our founding fathers had to say about that part of the Constitution in the Federalist Papers, it is as clear as day. They spelt it out very clearly, every clause, why it is what it is. And if there are still any questions that are not answered in the Federalist Papers, look at James Madison's convention notes, the Constitutional Convention notes. Those documents are so informative. It's like if you're reading the Bible and you get to look at like personal notes from the Apostle John, personal notes from the Apostle James. Like, that's what it's like if you're reading the notes of our founding fathers on the Constitution. They are as informative as you can get.
Yeah,
So
Hillsdale actually has a class on the Federalist Papers too.
They did not have that when I took the course in the past, so that is good that they have that now.
They have about 6 constitutional related courses up right now, and I've taken all 6 and finished all of them.
Yeah,
Federalist Papers is one of them.
I did 3 of them, I think. I did 101, 201, and the congressional one, the Congress.
Oh yeah, there's 3 of those.
There's 3 of those now. They only had 1 of those when I first did that. Too.
Well, there's Congress, there's the judiciary, then there's the presidency. They have 3 separate classes now on all 3 of those.
Nice. That's
and it's
good
just
to know.
basically breaking down the 3 branches of government and giving you the lowdown on each one in great detail.
Yeah.
So if you add those, there's like 9 classes on there now. It'd probably take you, if you were to do all of them and do it seriously and like really put the time and effort required to pass all the, because you have to take a test. Well, I did. You can do it without taking the test, but I take the test at the end of every class.
Yeah.
And then there's a final exam at the end of the entire thing. And I always took those. I would say you should take those. Don't skip the testing because it helps you to learn.
Yeah.
And it helps you to imprint in your brain what you learned by being tested on it.
Yeah,
you're not really tested just because they want to test you to see how you did. Being tested on material that you just studied actually helps you learn the material better.
Yeah. It helps you retain it.
Yes, it helps you retain it. Exactly. So take the tests. There's 9. If you include those other 3 branches classes, there's 9 total classes that people can take. And that will keep you busy for at least a year.
But yeah, like literally the only thing that I was kind of like, this Hillsdale did this wrong, was the Constitution 101 and 201, because they more focused on how we drifted away from the Constitution rather than what the Constitution is. I feel like the Constitution 101 and 201 courses should have been, this is what the Constitution was designed for. That's where they should have talked about our founding fathers, like how they wanted a constitution for this purpose. This is why they wrote it the way they did, and then you have it broken down to the congressional.
What year was it when you took those classes?
Oh,
because they've changed the classes.
Yeah, 10 years ago.
Okay, so they've updated them since then.
Yeah, I'm sure they have.
The ones that I took are not the same as the ones you took.
Okay.
So my 101 Constitution course was entitled "The Meaning and Intent of the Constitution."
Okay,
so
yeah,
literally,
they definitely changed it then since I
the entire 101 class is all about the meaning and intent.
Yeah,
the whole thing.
My 101 class is talking about Woodrow Wilson and FDR and how they really drifted us away from the Constitution.
You must have sent them an email about that or something, and they took heed to it.
Maybe, because that's the way I am.
I know.
But yeah, anyway, back to the closing bit of this. Get your free pocket constitutions from Hillsdale College. Other good sources is Institute on the Constitution and our own Robert, who was on the podcast earlier. His full name, Robert Brown. He has Constitution is the Solution. That is another fantastic and free education source on the Constitution.
I got one last plug on that to give. I just remembered another organization that I've been involved with for years called Patriot Academy.
Yes, that's another good one.
And they're out of Texas. It's a former state representative named Rick Green. And I've had many conversations with Rick himself on the phone, like I do with you. And he's a really smart guy. He's on top of the Constitution. He's got the right interpretation. He gets I'd give him a 98%. So nice. Patriot Academy is a good place to go. It does cost money, but it ain't much. I think it's less than $100.
And you also have Chris Ann Hall's program. I forget the name of it, but she has an education one too. So you could always
just be careful with her 10th Amendment stuff. But we'll save that for another. We'll save that for another podcast.
Yeah.
But you already know I have some disagreements with Chris Ann Hall on some 10th Amendment issues. But other than that, she's pretty good.
Yep. All right. Well, David, thank you for joining me. To all the viewers, thank you also. Please like, subscribe, share. Let's build a podcast that can educate people on the Constitution and bring us back to constitutional governments. So thank you, David. I will definitely see you around.
And God bless Charlie Kirk.
Yes, God bless Charlie Cook.